Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Apollo Justice trilogy, or specifically Spirit of Justice. I'll probably just call it for Spirit of Justice. Just on the Apollo Justice, Apollo Justice trilogy. A good start. So, last time we finished our first day investigation of Case 2. We're going to start the trial, which means we're going to meet our new prosecutor and see what he's like. Very interested to see how this turns out. This is the same thing, basically. No, this one. Yes. Wait. No. 26. I don't know which one to do. Trial? No, it's this one. Yeah. They're playing from this save game. Yes, please. All right. So yeah, I got to refresh. This is a good. One of the good things about this is we're gonna get refreshed on our case knowledge going back into this. If I stopped mid case, I'd forget everything. Had a nice weekend. I wanted to stream over the weekend and maybe get some more days, and I really wanted to, but it didn't turn out to work that way. Streamed late night on Friday, and I was very tired and kind of dizzy in the morning, so I couldn't do it Saturday. I was real busy on Sunday, so unfortunate. But hey, we're here today. April 28th, 9:15 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. I'm fine. Apollo Justice. I'm fine. I think even way back when I played Apollo Justice for the first time, it made me conscious of saying same thing over and over, because I was wondering if I did that too. I don't think I did. Definitely not as bad as Apollo Justice does it here. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all this. All of this. Get it together, Apollo. Thanks, Athena. But when did you get here? That's one thing I do is I notice that I repeat the words sometimes. Don't know why I do it. I mean, partially it's because I'm just like, oh, did I pronounce that right? Did I get all the words there? But like, I don't need to do that. Definitely when you're streaming, you're more conscious of, you feel like, your errors, mistakes. A lot of stuff you don't think about when you're just playing stuff normally by yourself. But hey, one of the joys of streaming, I guess. Honestly, if it clears some of those bad habits, that's fine by me. Shame I had to do so by broadcasting those bad habits to the world, but hey. Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm all right. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this Sad. Oh my god, it's a Sad Madhi guy. Apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Kind of understood that, being a monk and all, sort of. But yeah, what did you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power. Oh boy. Accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. Oh, so you can just get a feel for the room, I guess. Not hard to do. What is that supposed to mean? Especially with the judge and everything. He's not exactly subtle about what he's believing. Subtle about what he's believing. There we go again. I don't have all the details, but apparently you can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. The defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. I mean, that's also not odd for a lot of Ace Attorney games, prosecutors especially. I think Edgeworth led us around a bunch. It's like, oh, he wanted me to present that evidence. Something along those lines. Man, this isn't going to be a cakewalk if that's true. But did say she'd talk to him first, though. Just hoping that went well. Probably didn't. In any case, it sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. Really? Okay, well. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Yeah, Phoenix. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I don't know if I share it, but obviously we're going to pull out ahead in the end. What's right is putting his faith in me. Can't let him down now. Still don't. I guess he's just visiting Maya. He just went by himself. Like, no bigger reason to why he went there. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. You say so, Apollo. Trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes, we're fine. But sure, Apollo. Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rest on this trial. This is it, Justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. Here. There we go. 28th, 9:30 a.m. District Court courtroom number 6. Court is now in session. Hello, Judge. How old are you, Judge? We've been in your trials for like a decade now. Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. Defense is ready, Your Honor. There he is. Oh boy. He always usually have an issue saying they're ready. I think Edgeworth was good about it. Like all the rest of them have to go in a spiel or be quiet about it. Prosecution? I think he's saying he's okay. Judge. Ooh, one thing I want to point out, we had that freezing issue. I looked into it. It may be unique with my computer. I did some things and I tested some things and see if that's fixed it. I have this game on my second hard drive, which I brought over from my old computer. I do notice my old hard drive, when I try to access it, sometimes it's like slow to load. I did a number of things. I played some of the games on my hard drive to see if it like had that any issue. I didn't see it anywhere else. Maybe it's unique to this game. Maybe I fixed it. We'll find out. Prosecutor Sadmati. 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. Wow. Hey, cool. I was praying for the victim. He's actually being somewhat nice. Oh, praying. Yes, yes, I see. You're a Kuranist monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I'm but a lowly monk for the kingdom of Kuran. Kuran. I try to add that, like I'm saying Kuran. It's like that's not. It's technically correct. It's like Kuran. I gotta get that la in there. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country and may make many blunders. It's why you generally need to pass a test of some kind before you can prosecute or be a lawyer in a different country or legal system. Even different states. You can't necessarily hop states in America and be lawyers in different places because the law is different. It seems like he's such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy. Other than that, Prosecutor Sadamati, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly, in the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Doesn't sound too peaceful. Like this, I want to go to the Sunshine Realm, not the Twilight Realm. I'll let the last rites of the victim begin. Yuta Sadamati. Really been making a name for himself apparently, but nickname, last rites prosecutor. Wonder how that will come into play today. Oh boy. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. Coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Manov Mystery. Ooh. I think the first time we seen his full name. Man of Mystery, that one's obvious. Otherwise known as the Great Mr. Reyes. His blood was found on the sword. Your name is Mystery and your stage name is Mystery too. Or Mysterious. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. Well, yeah. Here, for you. The death was just an unfortunate accident. Before you continue on, let's go over our evidence. This is the stage diagram showing how everything worked. Amari, gotta remember he's in here suddenly. Well, he definitely wasn't before. The script. Ready. Gonna come up, the firebox empty, body. Harness, stabbed in the back. Stabbed in the back is the important thing. As is, Trucy should have stabbed him in the side, if anything, not the back. Gotta bring that up. And there's anything else out of the ordinary. It looks like just the harness and the blood point are the points of interest. I keep calling it, I forget what they specifically called it. They didn't call it a harness. The harness is like the full thing around him. Like the hook, you want to call it. About it. Your fingerprint analysis. So yeah, the third are known. The rest are where we expect. Although the fingerprints indicate that he was facing the wrong direction. Wasn't shown. No fingerprint found. Yeah, that's interesting. Bucket, nothing's in it. Ooh, always keep this one weirded me out. Trainer J always keeps a smile on their face. Like, I wonder how that's going to be. We specifically updated this book to include this phrase. So that phrase is going to be important in some way, I imagine. I wonder how it could possibly. Like, oh, he died smiling. That's the Grammari way or something. We need to present that as evidence? I don't think so. First party pay expenses. Yeah. Ooh, actually, there's probably some detail here. First party will pay all expenses of the magic show. Second party will confer program browsing right to the first party. If through the fault of the second party, the show must be canceled and the part full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. Okay, no. A little basic. But yeah, the bogus contract, phony contract, whatever you want to call it. Move the stage lifts to cover for Bonnie's mistake. She told no one about this. It's gonna be important somehow. This is the clipboard where the fake contract was signed, or the real contract, just manipulative secret contract. We look at the stage lift and everything's consistent with how we understood it from what I noticed. I feel like the numbers have to be important in some way too. Rubber sword. I'm not gonna watch the full thing. I basically remember the only thing we noticed were the two shadows. If we need to look for something else, I'm sure the court will bring it up. Name is Manov Mystery. Blood is on the murder weapon. Hawkins are being stabbed through the back with a sharp blade. Yep, basically confirms what we know. All right, cool. We're all back up to date. It's only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. Prosecution's position is thus that this was a murder made to look like an accident. I see, and you believe this crime was committed by the defendant. After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, unfortunately, had no other choice but to conclude as much. That's how it's gonna be, huh? Guess Emma couldn't convince him after all. Of course not. And even if she did convince him, like, they wouldn't drop. No, I guess he's the one that upgraded the charges from accidental to intentional manslaughter. Well, actual murder. You know, from unintentional manslaughter or accidental manslaughter to murder. So you potentially could have got that dropped down. Because if you didn't, like, oh, I don't think she did anything wrong, they would have gotten a different prosecutor, because that's how this works. Very well. Now let us hear from the defense. Naturally, you maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. Of course. The defense wouldn't mind. Could you please explain your reasoning? Oh, this is gonna, because I believe in my client. Well, it's gonna be something along those lines, right? I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. Yeah, that's, you know, I would hope that, like, that's true. You know, it's probably good enough, but I'd hope you come out with something better than that. Like, hey, after a review, there's many questionable aspects of the evidence found on the scene. We believe our client is innocent, especially without proper motive. So, something along those lines. I see. Do you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind. Wow. Right. Put that in are very, very prejudiced against lawyers. Mind. Prosecutor Sadamati. Excuse me, but I. Ooh. Wow. So the Naruto Ninja hand signs got him on point. I knew kids back in high school, or some friends back in high school that did that, practice that kind of stuff. They also knew how to do the fusion dance, but yeah. If you don't mind me asking, prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting? Sutra, the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul towards enlightenment. I was more of a One Piece guy back in the day. Although I like One Piece, but I just stopped following at some point, and I've been like, oh god, I missed like 300 or 400 chapters, and now I need to get back into it. But that's such a massive number. Oh god, maybe at some point, probably someday. Sutra, yeah. Sutra of the Holy Mother guides those of tainted soul towards enlightenment, or toward enlightenment. It is a Kura-inist incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocent of the accused. Did I read that? Innocent? Innocence of the accused. I don't know why I thought I saw the T. See, so basically you're asking the defense to get real. Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners and to guide victim souls to the Twilight Realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accused guilt now, no harm will come to you. What? I mean, it's not unusual for the prosecution to threaten us. But like, what are you gonna do to us? But should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, and I shall cast you down into the pit of hell along with Trucy Wright. I mean, I understand where you come from. That law applies where we share the same fate as our client. We ain't in that country anymore. Now wait just 1 minute here. Future pit of hell. Is that any way to address someone in a court of law? And no, it isn't. But this court has gotten away with, like, still. I think it's probably Francesca von Karma that got away with the most for that whip. Prosecutor Sadamati, that may be the way you conduct trials in Kurain, but I would appreciate if you would refrain from such charged language here. Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, that was but a Kuranist sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason. Oh, I see. I didn't realize. Guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Kuren, huh? Even still, that was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. Trial's only just begun. Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Just generally why you don't let them go wherever they want. Why don't we have a look at this cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it? Thank you, Judge. What? Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Ooh, back on the snackaroos. Oh, I thought she'd said goodbye to the snackaroos. I want to say snackaroos. But no, it's snackoos. Snackaroos rolls off the tongue better. Might just keep saying it anyway. Detective Sky, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself. What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? She seems a little stressed out. Detective Sky, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent. Okay. I'm sorry? Detective Sky, the path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. But let it go and move on. Acts which go against your duty will earn you a divine punishment from the Holy Mother. fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. Guess they haven't got to sign tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Satomati don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky. What's... Okay. Alright. Please take a look at this poster. Cancelled. Troop Gamari poster from 13 years ago. Is it me, or is it just a little different from the one in Mrs. Wright's dressing room? It's a revised version of that poster. One says cancelled under Mr. Reyes. Thank you. That's right, Mr. Reyes left the troop after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Reyes' right forearm near his elbow. See the big scar there? Yes. He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Oh, it's quite a scar. Because of the accident, Magnifi Gamari concluded that Mr. Reyes was too unskilled. Wow. Before the show was too open, Magnifi announced Mr. Reyes wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnifi's decision, Mr. Reyes tried to go on stage anyway. This in turn caused Magnifi to oust Mr. Reyes from the troupe on the spot. Kick Mr. Reyes out? That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far? Well, he's actively going against the boss's orders. Yeah, I guess it's pretty understandable. When it came to magic, Troop Gamari was so passionate, or should I say extreme, about it in that it caused problems for them from time to time. Yes, they even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics multiple times. Now the troop's successor has committed murder. Seems the troop's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. Putrid talent for criminality. And rather extreme yourself, prosecutor. Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor. Wow. Ahem, as I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Reyes apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troop. If you tell those close to him, I will get my revenge on Troop Gamari someday. Yeah, we never really got to meet him, so... I wonder how true this is. French, that certainly sounds antagonistic. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. I forgot to fill my cup up before I started. 1 minute. Sorry about that, I'm back. Had to do a quick stop. Alright, we got the updated poster. And then his chance for revenge finally came. You would be so kind, Detective Sky. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? I'm not proving the opposite point that the Reyes had a motive against Trucy, but let's see where this goes. And its motive. Victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Gamari during Trucy's magic show. Reyes was going to first steal the Grimari notebook from the defendant, right? He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. Okay, there we go. That was the victim's plan for revenge. And while he did, in fact, steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. Okay, there we go. We have our supposed motive. Which I'm pretty sure we know is BS because we found the notebook only in Racer's belongings only after the show and everything happened. Because we got to look around. I'm like 99% sure it wasn't there before. It's planted there. By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Our only option was to kill Mr. Reyes and make it look like an accident.
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture.
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie Defam, gave the police a statement. Testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Reyes said, "I'm going to reveal all true Grimari's secrets on stage today." Okay, well, yeah, so we all that potential evidence or motive is completely, utterly false. Yeah, well, because we already know those guys did it just to gotta figure out who's like the true culprit, even though they could be a 50-50 killer, which I'm not sure. Did we ever have that in a tourney game before? I don't know. We'll find out. What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me. Hey, this is the one that potentially could be a one-day case, too. I'm going to give you one piece of advice, defense. Oh, and what's that? Ooh. Hello. Let it go and move on. It's not just a butterfly, it's one of the spirit butterflies we saw. Excuse me? Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell. What is the charge for judging or misjudging a pure soul then? I'm very curious. It seems like you're going to be making that mistake quite a lot through this game. And then be ever burned with a sin that in their next life. But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Shake. Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life. Stink bug. Now then, Mr. Stink, oh my god. I mean, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. I don't know how you can mix up Apollo Justice's name. Temptation to just call him Mr. Justice in courtroom. Makes it easy to remember, I feel like. The defendant's motive. Alright. No obvious points that I noticed. Really, the point we have to go against is, hey, we don't think Bonnie's a reliable witness. And that she's actually the killer. But let's do our normal thing. Let's press every statement. Victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Grimari during Trish's magic show.
Hold it!
Revenge after all this time? It's been 13 years already. Why now? Decent question. I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, could be when it was possible. I mean, wouldn't he have done it a long time ago if he was gonna do it? After all. Oh my god. In disguise, self-indulgent outbursts such as those earn you a divine punishment in the form of a salary evaluation. How are you in charge of a salary? You're not even from this country. God. Oh, wait, that's what divine punishment means? Yeah, I kind of figured. Let the detective have her snack. This humble servant of the Holy Mother shall explain. Over a decade ago, True Grimari was at the height of their popularity. But then their reputation declined, and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Trucy Wright sought to recapture their former glory. The defendant, and at such a young age too. How impressive! Yes, the accused's skill at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen onto the path of sin, she would have had a bright future ahead of her. It's always sad to see such promising young potential go to waste. Now then, Detective Sky, how did Mr. Reyes plan to get his revenge? Please put down the snackoos before you continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I mean, that's a decent explanation, I guess. I'm not gonna question it for now. I had to talk to Trucy at some point to figure out what her deal with Mr. Reyes was. Like, we didn't know literally nothing about the guy. Mr. Reyes was going to first steal the Grimoire notebook from the defendant. Okay. What evidence do you have that Mr. Reyes actually stole the notebook? Well, you see, well, good explanation. Whenever you're ready, Detective. Right, not Detective Sky, you have nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you made. Okay, fingerprints. Forensic discovery? And what did she discover specifically? Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. On further inspection, she determined that they belonged to Mr. Reyes. Good check. No, I thought he was wearing gloves, but he's got fingerless gloves, so that checks out, I guess. What? The detective found the fingerprints entirely of her own volition. For that, I must say, well done, Detective Sky. Irk. But of course, we know. Get a little addicted to using your precious white powder, did you, Emma? We know that Racer Reyes is probably dead for a long time. They could have been planted ahead of time. So, nothing there that's definitive. Detective Sky, I would ask you to explain exactly how Mr. Reyes intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge. Alright, well first, he stole the notebook. Then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show.
Hold it!
Hey. I'm going to reveal all Trikamari's secrets on stage today. Although, actually, now that I think about it, I say like well in advance, but like how advanced? Because I remember the opening cutscene took place during the magic show, so we had like just a break for him to die. So that's still, I guess that still works, but that's a way more limited time than I originally thought. Yeah, smaller amount of time. That's probably good enough to do everything. I'm going to reveal all Trikamari's secrets on stage today. He could have also done it during that opening bit, but he chose not to. So, that's what Mr. Reyes himself said, right? Or himself, yeah, self-said, right? Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Grimoire secrets he was talking about. The prosecution thinks that he was referring to the secrets behind Trikamari's magic. Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Reyes was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she naturally panicked. He's that cat. What's up? So basically, Christie's notebook was hiding in Mr. Reyes' things because he had stolen it himself. Oh, let me this chat box up a bit. I didn't realize kind of oversecting. Probably not a big deal, but make sure. See, truly a motive that truly a motive that only a magician could have. Yes, that's what the prosecution believes anyway. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did in fact steal the notebook. Yeah, it has been a while. I know I don't remember from which game you I think you followed the stream from, but it's been a while. It wasn't, no, because I don't think it was, no, I don't remember which one it was.
Hold it!
World of War? Oh wow, so yeah, it's been a while. Man, I want to get back to getting 100% achievements in that game, but just been busy with so many other things. So many games coming out recently. I want to work on my backlog too. Do you really believe what you're saying, Detective Sky? Do you really think oh my god. I wanted to say Mr. Wright because like Mrs. Wright, there's no Phoenix Wright's not married, but no, Mrs. Wright is Trucy. I think Mrs. Wright killed Mr. Reyes to stop him from getting his revenge. Normally asleep. I mean, it's bright early in the morning for me. Although I guess there's technically, no, I've never been so bad to sleep till like 10:30 a.m. in the morning. Well, no. I think I've been sick before and I've slept at like 11 a.m. but never 10:30 for me. But of course, different countries, different time zones. I imagine it's probably pretty late or something where you're from. Keep your private considerations separate from your public duty. I warned you about this very thing before the trial began. Did I not, Detective Sky? Yes, you did. Please recite my exact words to you. Kind of nice having the detective in our corner again. Again, well, it was mainly Dual Destinies that you had the kind of neutral. I say neutral. Technically, it's really weird with that game in the detective in that one. He wasn't exactly on our side, and he definitely actually was probably more to the other way, or more to the prosecution side, if anything, depending on the case. But whatever. In Sky, you are a detective first and foremost, not the accused friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully. Excellent. So do you remember what I said to you? Your devotion to your work will be rewarded, for the Holy Mother sees all. This Holy Mother is no scientific concept I've ever heard of. Those two really don't get along, do they? Well, science and religion go together as well as oil and water. And as I was saying, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. Oops. Right. I gotta press that. Let's try to draw out all that we can from Emma's testimony. Knowing her, sure she'll try to help us out as much as she can. Right, as long as Prosecutor Sadamati doesn't cut her off at the pass, that is. Actually, it's good. We get to see that dog. I believe this is one of the cases where we just need to press everything, and that will get us move on to the next segment. He's not exactly lying about anything. Here, we can press this final one. Ben murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets.
Hold it!
Sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder? Beats me. What? The basis is beats me? You'll have to ask Prosecutor Sadamati over there because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. Oh. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. Please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit. Anything but that. Poor Emma, she's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Sadamati, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. Right, we noticed this. There was like a decent chance I was there before the murder, although it seemed a little odder compared to the yellow tape for the, what do you want to call, lifts. I realized that it had been moved. Ooh, Moon said Mr. Reyes would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake. What? Mr. Reyes, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, was that happening? I don't remember that cutscene too well, I guess. Mr. Reyes was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. The victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into. How do you... and you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape? But of course, Detective Sky. Oh, that's right. Identify the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. What? He actually had proof? I mean, I'd hope he'd have proof. Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on? Actually, wait. How does she was wearing gloves the entire time. How does, maybe we'll bring that up. Absolutely not. Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony. Defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show. Okay, so I think we have some evidence that points to the fact that before goes in the show, no number prints were found. Yeah. There's some evidence that kind of indicates that she doesn't wear, or she shouldn't leave fingerprints, so we can present that. Well, let's press just in case first. Yeah, to get that extra dialogue. What made you think to check the luminous tape for prints? Well, I bet it was detective's intuition. I adjusted not just the tape, but just about everywhere for fingerprints. Oh? I adjusted pretty much every single surface in the theater. I mean, it was so nice to be able to dust for prints without anybody getting mad at me. Great that you're enthusiastic, Emma, but there is such a thing as too enthusiastic. It was moved. The guide Mr. Race to the coffin that was downstage. That's true. It does sound like a murder rather than an accident. It certainly doesn't help that Trucy's prints are on the tape. Ugh. I wish I knew what sound would even be appropriate to make in this situation. Plan to get his revenge on Truth Gramari during the Trucy. Okay. Go to that last statement. Just moved it during the show, but no, we know it's impossible. Pretty sure this during the show. Yeah, this should be it. Hey, Emma.
Objection!
There we go. I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? Prosecution is claiming that Mr. Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time. It doesn't? Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that none of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin. I think you realize what the flaw in your testimony is. I think Mrs. Wright left us. Man, Mrs. Wright that's a weird thing to say to me still. I'm gonna get tripped up by a couple more times, I think. Mrs. Wright left the prints on the tape during the show that is inconsistent with the facts. The show that is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. She wears gloves all the time. Oh. She must have left the fingerprints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. Prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Boom. Oh my. But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that. We're gonna be hearing this a lot. Well, Prosecutor Sotomati, the defense's argument is true, and you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim. See, apparently the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug at any rate. Oh, thanks. Come on, you can bump me up to a stag beetle now, can't you? Would that really be any better? Of course, way better. Stag beetles are cool with those huge mandibles of theirs. Bug fan Apollo? Ooh, okay, there it is. I was talking every time you did the objection before. The defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle. And answer me this question. Alright, shoot. Even with no evidence the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim, the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide. And entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it. What you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right? Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. The accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose. It means the victim's death could have been accidental. Which, okay, or we're backtracking for murder pretty quickly if that's the case. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter. I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances. That's how I pronounce that. The severity of the crime could be mitigated. Vince, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue that it was an accident? Zit, the all-important question. Vince argues that Mr. Ray's death was... No, or Trucy did it. It's a murder. We're not going off the accident. We're going with the murder. Vince maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. Third party, as in the true culprit is someone else? That is quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes as loudly as emptiness. I don't know, man. I don't... Is a pure white suit louder than a red suit? I'm not quite sure. Like, if you wear a white suit, you're making some claims, I feel like. Bro, I mean, it's like you... It's kind of a statement to wear a white suit, I guess. If that's different at all. For this guy, it's obvious in his monkly ways, but other people, get some connotations. Let's move on. Surely you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life. Been demoted to a vegetable? Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant. I know a lot about reincarnation, so I couldn't tell you. In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours then. Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, and the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin? Very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin? So this is bad because then it's just Trucy who could do this. Magic is obviously bad. No, he was killed understage in advance. What if the victim was killed on the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go? Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Satomati? That is the third time. Ooh. Third time of what? Oh. What the heck is this? Boy. Huh. You're doing actual magic to us now? What do you think you're doing? Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. You never learn. You needed to be punished. When you let me worry about what I need to and we need and don't need, it is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms, and you know nothing. You know nothing. Wow. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. Sermon now? There's a passage in the sacred scriptures of Curanism. Man, I feel like we're going to be going back to these sacred scriptures a lot. Huh. Alright, hit me with it. Cornered frog will swallow even a snake. Huh? Cornered lawyers unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right? No, for I'm not done with my sermon. And yet the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within. Great, awesome. And in this case, you are the frog. Defense, thank you for pointing it out. I couldn't have figured that out. What exactly is your point, anyway? Let's assume for the moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who then had the opportunity to do so during the show? Let's see, the people in the show were Bonnie DeFom, the victim Mr. Reyes, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFom was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show, right? Which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. Now do you see? The accused killed Mr. Reyes as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident. No! I mean, this is a good argument against this, at least. Oh, great and merciful Holy Mother. Thus another putrid mind has been guided toward enlightenment. I can't believe I swallowed this trick question whole. I mean, at some point we're going to have to show that there's a, an initial, another third party. Also, hey, sorry, but I have to raise an objection here. You get to see, I guess you're assistant in this case? Can we be duo lawyers? Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here. Dina, what are you? Something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance. Maybe young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. They'll hand it out to anybody. And you would contribute to the discussion in that capacity? I most certainly would. We will get to do this. Now, Athena's power only comes up in trials. It doesn't come out of them, I believe. Well, it's kind of the opposite of Mr. Wright's. It only shows up out of trials, not in them. You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. I'll only remind you that Mrs. Wright, again, trip me up, Mrs. Wright is a girl. Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection to simply point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home. But I'm not done with my sermon. Hold on. How old are you, buddy, by the way? 25. Sure. I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Sodomati, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the oh, I guess we're not getting her power. So this is just how she looks at notes. I forgot. Right. She's just way more high-tech than everyone else. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, there'd be blood, something along those lines. The body would have been hauled up to the stage, right? However, it'd have to be hauled up to the stage, however. Mrs. Wright is a young girl, a pretty petite one at that. You can possibly have hefted that large body up and put him on the oh my god. You couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin. That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it. What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's a child now? My religion, the priestess of Curanism, are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective. Ooh, feminist over here. The man who called his fair maiden a little child. Who's a fair maiden? Oh wow, Apollo. I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How indeed was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused, Trucy Wright, that is. They're gonna bring up the lifts. You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Can you explain how that even be possible? But of course. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. Wait, you really can't explain it? It's the lifts, obviously. I saw arguments would come to this, so I prepared a witness. Ooh. Oh well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor. It's really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. Couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he? And it's pretty basic so far. Pretty hard to believe. Excuse me, but may I step down now? I want to eat my snacks in peace. Yes, I suppose you may. One moment, Detective Sky. I'm sorry for, you know, the way I handled all of this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was? Yes, you served me well as a detective and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You know, I can see why, kind of, like, this is not going to come up, but I kind of see why Edgeworth would like this guy. Like, let him run things for a while he's cleaning up the prosecutor's office. Seems like they would get along mostly. Not as crude as Francesca or, in a way, Godot. Yeah. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You'll be rewarded for your fine work. Oh, thank you. Hope we can work together again in the future. Miss seems bewildered by the unexpected praise. I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him. Now then, let us call the next witness. Yeah, really couldn't have been anyone else. Hello. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Also, given the facts that now we know them, that she's on stage, it had to be, what's that dude's name? Retinas, Mr. Retinas. Roger Retinas, that's an actual killer. The accessory to the murder. Probably. Alright. Let's please state your name and occupation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I like it. She said, I was a little taken aback by this. I know what a lagomorph is because of Sam and Max. So I thought she was saying she was a hybrid person there for a second. I'm a lagomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie de Femme. Can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you. Please, witness. There's a time and place for all things, including magic. Ah, but it would be okay if I just do a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody's waiting. Now's my chance to shine. That is your second time. Second time doing what? There will be no further warnings. Should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct? Yep. No one exempt from His Holiness Rosary or suffering. Rosary suffering. May we have your testimony, witness, once you've recovered from your disappointment? Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. But I guess I have to, don't I? As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh? Hate her, I loathe her, can't stand that Trucy right. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. This is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. Sure, you're a real fan, alright. Destroying Trucy, mean. Got him, Paulo. Got him. Interstage passage. I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Reyes. Guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift, right? Is it possible? Could Trucy really have? Trucy did use a stage lift. I think she must have used stage lift number 2. It was on stage for the entire show, by the way. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way. In case that wasn't clear. You were on stage the whole time? And you're sure about that? And we don't even need her testimony for that. There's no question. The entire audience can testify to that fact, right? What's more, she's shown to clearly in the TV show footage as well. You can possibly have killed Mr. Reyes, not little old me. Before, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up onto the stage without difficulty. You gotta be kidding me. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. We know that probably because of all the shadow stuff happening, Mr. Reyes might have been up top or something. Someone was up top. Second body was up top. And like, it had to be Mr. Reyes because he has the harness. So like we're digging in the wrong area. But we'll get to there. We'll get to it. Let's just not get ahead of ourselves. That hurt us last trial. I'm not going to let it happen again. We can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Reyes. Let's press this. If he elaborates, because she's the witness, or you know, she's the one that's claiming the entire motive. Like she's the witness for the motive in this case. That she talked to Trucy and Mr. Reyes, so she kind of knows about this. See if we can get that to come out. Said you are a huge fan of Trucy's, isn't that right? Oh yes, I even became a magician because I wanted to be just like her. First time I saw her, she was performing at the Wonder Bar. Hey, Wonder Bar. She was only a junior high back then, but she got up on stage with tons of confidence. Then she proceeded to win my heart with her astonishing tricks and winning smile. She certainly sounds like she means all of that. So finally being able to perform with her must have been quite a treat for you, right? Oh yes, after all, it was my chance to have her see me. Not just as a fan, but as a fellow magician. Goodbye. But then that horrible accident happened. It was not an accident, it was murder. What? I thought we solved this, buddy. Witness, please explain. Oh, well, no. He re-backtracked it. Yeah, he never specifically stated it, but no, yeah. Well, he kind of stated it. He said, okay, it was an accident. Oh, wait, actually, no, it's actual murder. So we're back on murder again. Witness, if you would, how small young woman such as Trucy Wright could have erased the body? Is it possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift?
Hold it!
What we guessed. What makes you think that it would be possible? Not like you tried it out yourself, right? Well, actually, we did try it out for ourselves. You did? Detective Sky, if you would? Oh, so that's why you made me do that. Detective Sky, what did he have you do? Prosecutor asked me to try raising one of the male police officers with the stage lift. Not a single word of explanation as to why he was making me do it. Kidding. As if he really can foresee all our counter arguments. Do not underestimate this humble servant of the Holy Mother. More like haughty. God, I'm Apollo. I don't know. He's not doing a great job. Phoenix Wright's way better at these lines. I guess that means Trucy could have lifted the dead body up. Does that mean... Is it possible? Could Trucy really have?
Hold it!
Is what possible? Could Trucy have what? Miss DeFam, please finish your sentence. Eek, well, don't try to beat around the bush. Come right out and say it. Why not tell this court what you really believe? What I really believe? Of course I don't believe Trucy could ever commit murder. Such an amazing, wonderful magician could never do such a thing. But taking all the factors into account, what else can I think? I know of at least 3 other unflattering things you could really think about Trucy. Wait, what? Hold on. Did I read that right? Oh, you really think? Well, okay, yeah. How can you attack this girl when she's obviously speaking with reserve? Not. There's such a thing as reading between the lines, Mr. Justice. It's sad how the youth of today lack the ability to do such basic training. Such a basic thing. Yeah, let me take a drink and slow down here a bit. Looking at me like that isn't going to help me stick my foot in my oh my god. Looking at me like that isn't going to help me stick my foot in my mouth less, Your Honor. I had that right. Witness, please describe what the accused might have used to lift the dead body. All right. If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift 2. Let's take a look at our evidence again. We can't move the weight and it showed some up already all the way up. Yeah, I wanted to see both of them, but no.
Hold it!
If it was already up, she couldn't have done that. And I guess it was. Do we know when it went up exactly? Because the court record doesn't mention it. Yes, if this was already up before the murder took place, then we know that she couldn't have lowered it by herself. Couldn't use this one. Stage lift number 2. But the claim might actually be that the reason it was up during that first part, or during the second part, was because she used it to move the body up. I mean, the stage lift shown here on the left. That's right, with a stage lift, I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up to the stage. So that makes her the murderer in your opinion. Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers. Oh brother, how long is she gonna keep up with this? Keep this act up? Keep moving, like adding words just in the way I want to say them. That's not correct. Vince, what position was stage lift 2 in after the show? It was up. Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position. Oh no! And the reason why it was fully raised? Yes, they're gonna claim it was for the body. They're only basing that after the show, but we know. Whose evidence is it? This one. She used to move the stage lift to cover Bonnie's mistake. She told no one about this. But her claim, so reason why it was fully raised, because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah. Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell. You evil red pepper. And I'm also evil. Going down and down, Apollo. Was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
Hold it!
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage? Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now. I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes. You gotta be kidding me. Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. I'm right here on the footage, or I'm right there in the footage. Or are you too much of an idiot to see? Huh? Mr. Fom, are you really... trying to... Another thing about it, I was trying to go back to her name. We know Bonnie isn't very obviously what that's supposed to mean. Defam. Defame? Or defame? Maybe I should say... I say keep me Fom, but I think it's... We go with defame. That makes more sense. I mean... I think you're like, if Fom, it's... Defam... I think with the 2 M's, you're supposed to like Fom like that. Maybe it's defame. Is defame, she's defaming Trucy, right? Well, let's go with defame. Are you feeling all right? You seem suddenly something different. Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I? Tee. You didn't just snap, you broke character just now. In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance. Flawless? Thought, considering what you told me. You said that you made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat. Mr. Fame, what is the defense referring? What is the defense referring? Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him on the left of the coffin. But I flipped it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead. Because of that mistake... Well, I did not fix that loading issue. Man. Okay. Well, I guess it was good for a while, but just had to move the stage list around. I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goop. Oh, you feel real bad about it. Oh, didn't have to present anything. Darn it. I don't see any consistencies in her testimony. Yeah, I'll have to move this to my... I said it before, and I was kind of trying to work around it because I want to make sure this, you know, when I move other or play other games, they're going to be on my D drive, not my C drive, where my SSD is. I want to kind of fix it rather than just like band-aid move it over, but I might have to do that. Might just be a unique issue with this game because I tried other ones and they didn't seem to have the problem. So, oh well, next time that should be an issue. Now, do you know the real killer is? Who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps, don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling pronto. Do it quick before you keel over up there. I beg your pardon. She's not being very subtle about this. Oops, oh, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry. I gave her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Well, defense? Are you ready to let it all go now? Of course not. I'll never give up. I see. I suppose this too is fate. Sacred scriptures of Curranism describe a variety of hells for the damned. Someone like you who struggles ceaselessly against this fate. Apul Bol Jig. Bol Jig seems most appropriate. People boil what? Oh. What sort of terrible place is Apul Boiling? Like, okay, people boiling. Papul Boljig. I don't want to say the J, but maybe it's silent. Ball. You can silent Balhig. You can see it. A place where the more one struggles. A place where the more one struggles. Phrased oddly. A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. Oh, no, that's still phrased very oddly. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as akin to an antlion sand trap or sandpit trap. Oh, there's one of those in my backyard. Really? I don't know where. I've heard of antlions. I don't think I've ever seen them in real life. I don't know where they're indigenous to. Well, Curran's Hell is closer to home than I thought. Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims. The defendant is only one who could have killed the victim under stage. How are we supposed to get out of this jam? Hey, Apollo, if you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. Yeah, here we go. You mean, yeah, now it's time for her power. There's some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. See, Widget is picking up on the noise in her heart, too. That's right, and Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. Can hear the emotions people suppress. There's a kind of noise or discord in their voices. Alright, Athena, let's give it a try. You got it.
Hold it!
Your Honor, is he going to give us a verdict already? Afraid that our witness, Miss Defame, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident. He is? Yes, with that terrible death on stage and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under an awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she's unfit to testify. What? Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Postal stress disorder, right? Where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere. That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD. Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person. Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Hold it. Off therapy? You don't know the first thing about magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie, boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady. Hey, I guess we're getting by in this courtroom. If the prosecution can have a whip, we can do impromptu psychology sessions. All's fair in love and war. And what exactly is this trial planning to do, Mr. Justice? Their super sensitive hearing, Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from the tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. She can even pick out the feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Okay, it's real bad for you. Widget projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix where I can analyze them. Yeah, thinking about this now, actually, this guy is probably not evil, right? This prosecutor we're up against. He's a monk. He probably actually believes what he's putting down. Like, at this time, I believe that. And generally, prosecutors in this game know, like, kind of the truth about their clients. Like, this guy has to know something's up with Bonnie, right? And it's weird he's going along with it if he does. Or is he actually ignorant? Which, in case, he might be one of the dumber prosecutors if that's the case. I guess we're gonna find out. Which it projects emotions I hear into mood matrix where I can analyze them. Sounds like some sort of spurious devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask, how do emotions constitute evidence? Decent point. While I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se, I've seen how instrumental Ms. Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try. I see. You're in favor of it, Your Honor? Then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness. I'll disturb you. Well, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sadamati. Paul, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Of course, you're the lead on this case after all. Fair enough, but do I need a refresher? No, I think I remember it. No need. I think I still remember from the last time, so let's get right into it. Okie dokie. Ready, Widget? Let's do this. Let's see what you got. Oh! Looking for weird emotions. It's true she's the one who killed Mr. Reyes. Sad, that makes sense. Oh. But I remember, maybe it's a good time to do this. We haven't saved during the case anyway. Just in case. It's normal. Even she could move the body with that lift. Normal. On stage at a time, sure. A terrible mistake. Shock and sadness, because yeah, she's shocked you made a mistake. And sad about it, that makes sense. Stupid clause caused Tracy so much trouble. Feels so bad about it. Here we go. So, just in case, again, play the other games, but if you haven't, we're looking for odd emotions in her statements. So this is a very clear setup. Feels so bad about it. So sadness makes sense. Why is she happy?
Got it.
Click on the happiness. What is up with that? I'd say, Mr. Fame, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you're feeling happy about it. Hey. Ooch. I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because Trucy's big debut, made a mistake, you messed Trucy up. I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I? You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers. You really look it, because we saw you. Oh, we're just gonna actually put that out there, huh? I hate her, I loathe her, I can't stand that Trucy right. Hey, Widget wouldn't happen to be a voice recorder, would it? Because that would have been real nice in this situation. It has like saved half the case, or half the time in the case if we just brought a tape recorder everywhere we went. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. In fact, you're carrying cell phones. They can record stuff like this, can't they? This is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. We saw how you said you hated Trucy, right? How you were glad she was in trouble, and even how it was what she deserved. Oof. Looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. There you go. That's a better one. Yeah. Oh, the noise level dropped. If we can get it down to 0%. Almost to fame? Are you ready to confess how you really feel? Well, what? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. My rookie magician's working hard just to be like my idol, Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be. Wow.
Objection!
Keep that up, Mr. Fame, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am. The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm, taking psychic damage. I hear them, two distinct voices battling inside of you. Probably be a normal type. She's fine. Shut your pie hole. You know nothing. You know nothing. Know it all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that, or I might get flustered. Mr. Fame, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? Can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free. It's kind of bad for her. Ouch. Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine, take a good look. Wow. Oh yeah, I guess this little puff translates to bats too, huh? That was somewhat with the ears too. What in the world? These clothing, you got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. Not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings. I think we just opened Pandora's box. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. Freeze a bat. Like, I know rabbits are associated with magicians, but yeah, I think the bat's a better look. Not this. I would work on this design a little bit more, but... Since your therapy session has taken a turn for the worse from the looks of it, there's a perfectly good explanation for this. Isn't there, Miss Sykes? He thinks I created a monster. I'm thinking, so it's clearly at this point she's sort of lying, but do you get, like, she didn't tell any false statements per se, other than she like cared about our victim, or cared about the defendant, when she really didn't. Do you get, I wonder, do you, because in, you know, real life lying in court, you get, what is it called? I can't believe I'm blanking on the name. I'm gonna see. God, what is it? No, it's not C, it's perjury. Perjury if you lie. I don't know what, God. But yeah, perjury if you lie in courts. I like, if you say you cared about someone but you actually didn't, does that count as perjury? Because typically it's lying about, you know, basic facts of the case, not like how you feel about someone. That seems more you know, harder to prove. Thinks I created a monster. We blew it. Hey, you lobster boy. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the hair. Like, I get it's bat wings, but it's a little odd. Who, me? You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right. Does this mean you admit to wishing to defend a harm? Well, the bat is out of the bag now. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Next to my goof, my poor little Trucy had to do all of that hard physical labor. When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to? Because Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of those huge stage lifts. Must have been so heavy. What a riot. Being petty. That's strange. Can you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony? All right, I'll update the moon matrix with the new info. Hey, Apollo. Now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony. Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it. All right, I've got you now, Bonnie Defame. Miss Tracy is the one who killed Mr. Reyes. Even she could move the body with that lift. Hold on. Yeah. On stage that the whole time, that terrible mistake. Info update. You know what? Serves her right. Kihihi. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. Yes, the stage lifts cover Bonnie's leg. She told no one about this. The question is then, how did she know? This has to be it, right?
Objection!
That doesn't make sense. What? So you think I'm crazy now? No, that's not the point I was trying to make. But I don't hear you denying it. Oh. Your craziness is unrelated to what I'm pointing out. Miss Defame, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. That's right, and I still say that's just what she deserved. But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts? Huh? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so. What? So how could you possibly have known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? Gee. No. But how is she downstage then? Well, I mean, she probably hasn't. We're probably leading to her accomplice in this case, because she's up on stage unless there's something weird going on, like a magic trick. Impossible. Did Apollo? Noise levels are at 0. Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Defame herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You're one artful liar, Miss Defame, and one spectacular suspect. Oof. That is weird. I've seen a lot of weird hair in my time. I don't think I've seen something quite like this. Like, look at it. Like, it flips up backwards. How's that being held in place? Like, it doesn't look too complex. The more I think about it, it's kind of one of the weirder hairstyles I've ever seen. Why you shiny red lobster boy? Saying I killed Mr. Reyes? I'm saying that it's a possibility. What's more, say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
Objection.
My apologies for raining on the defense merry revelry. Oh my god. Revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Miss Defame was on stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's her accomplice. We're building to. You have to just taken a long and senseless journey only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage. Which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused. Ah! Guess the party's over. Ugh. But Miss Defame knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sadamati? Quite simple. The accused must have told Mr. Fame about it, but then forgot. Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. Like, she's still not claiming that Tracy did that. If Mr. Fame really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. It means she was in two places at once? Magic. It does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. Maybe an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the makes sense part. We'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is an assertion. This is a very roundabout way of saying accomplice, but I really hope we're going to that point. I'm not sure how I'm gonna like prove the smoke and mirrors acts if she actually is in both places. I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd. I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. Like, it tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once? We are going with the two. It didn't teleport. Aren't two Bonnies, because I mean, these you can technically see the same thing, but it's got to be this one. Like, it's just logically, this is the only one it could be of these options. Oh, well, I'm just gonna click on it and see where it goes. Bonnie DeFame on stage was a fake. Fake? Really? This assertion is not something one would expect to hear from a genuine lawyer. Oh, maybe you are the fake and your attorney's badge is made out of cardboard. No, I'm the real thing, I swear. And why cardboard specifically? Let's just say I had an infuriating experience once thanks to one. In any case, your fake Bonnie theory doesn't sound very convincing. It's not. Not a bad idea in theory, but I think the one on the stage was the real Bonnie. You can just tell. The one on stage wasn't fake. Does that mean the one under stage was real too? Try again, Your Honor. Just let me keep guessing, Your Honor. Just let me do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain? Okay, I guess there are two Bonnies. No, I guess it could be she. No, they're exact same time. Like, the implication is on the exact same time. She's not moving very quickly between the two. Go two Bonnies. There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it? There were two of them? Like, I'm not... I think you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. There a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose two, no, three screws to the head should brighten this putrid brain. Very well available. Oh my god, stop. No, wait. Please listen to my argument. Very well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen. As was argued earlier, Mr. Fame is shown on the footage the whole time. At the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The possible explanation is that there are two Bonnies. That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sodomati? This is humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. But Apollo, it goes against the reality itself to say that one person is actually two. We don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic. Oh my god, Apollo! This is not how I would do this. So the Bonnie to Fame and the footage is the real Bonnie. The Bonnie here on the witness stand, the one who must have been understage, is Bonnie to Fame. Our second Bonnie. Yeah. He is? Let me call the one in front of us Bonnie 2. I believe we just have a piece of evidence to prove that a Miss Bonnie 2 exists. Wait. I have just a piece of evidence to prove that a Miss Bonnie 2 exists. Please submit your evidence to Mr. Submit your best. Oh my god. Submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a Bonnie 2? Oh! I'm so weirded out. We're actually legitimately pushing the secret twin thing, huh? But yeah, the fingerprints. I thought it was gonna be Mr. Retina's though, but I guess he was in the case. Hey, I don't know if he's technically part of the case. Oh well, it has to be this, right? Second, the mysterious second prince, the third prince. What's this? During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. Prints were most likely left during the course of the show, but they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. Yeah, because I don't know if Roger Retinas is actually technically involved in this case, because as it's presented, he's shown up after the murders. He had an alibi, so he's not technically in the case. So I thought, oh, he's the guy whose fingerprints are left on here. But maybe not. They didn't match the prints of any people involved in this case. An unknown third party's fingerprints? I was not told of this. No one must have kept it from him. Ooh, how's it feel, buddy? So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Oh wow, she knows the trick now. Mr. Fame, or should I say Bonnie number 2. These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Ooh. Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left not only during the show, but at any time.
Objection!
Not like you'd lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Satomati. Yuta. I'm sure you know that. Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue. What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice? The issue is, who do these unknown prints belong to? Certainly not Bonnie DeFames. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us? I mean, Bonnie 2 is the second Bonnie. Is that what you're implying? Yeah, I was not expecting this at all. Mainly because, like, the secret second twin is just so cliche, and there's, like, so little to suggest that, other than the third fingerprints. It's just preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. They say they must belong to someone, some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Satomati, can you really look at her and still say that? What are you looking at? Take a picture, it'll last longer. How could this be? We check your prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. I mean, might as well. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they? Bonnie number 2. Kid. Witness, is what the defense has said true? Fine, I admit it. Fingerprints are mine. And does that mean you aren't Bonnie DeFame? What ridiculous. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Nahyuta. Like, where are they going with this? Are there really 2 Bonnies? No, there's only one Bonnie. That's because... And Betty. Oh, yeah, that goes with... Yeah, I guess that matches with the bat thing more. Betty DeFame. What? Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement as this lagomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's showtime. Oh boy. Hello. Well, I don't know. This is like so weird. It's a point here. What an amazing trick. The witnesses have suddenly split into 2 people. So the question is here, why did they bring on the second person? Why didn't actual Bonnie go on to the you know, give a testimony? Why lie about who you are? Especially when you lie about who you are, it opened up this whole case. Because I'm assuming Bonnie and Betty both want Trucy out of the picture. But if Penny, you know, if Bonnie went up and gave her testimony, we wouldn't have been able to poke holes in it. Which means we would get off scot-free, which means we never discover this. Can't discover this possibility and can't prove Trucy's innocence. So I guess this only works if Bonnie actually likes Trucy and Betty doesn't. But then why would she cooperate with lying about who's on stage? So strange. Let's see where they go with this. Not a trick, no gimmick to it either. We're simply twins. What? Twins? So that's how the teleportation trick works. This is our debut. I had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. I'm all cute and sweet and goody. Can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right, our days of sneaking around are finally over. Cover is blown, but they actually seemed pretty happy about it. Which of you is the nice Bonnie to fame we met in the dressing room? That would be me. The sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw at the Ratings Raja understage, with the Rating Raja understage, was... Hey, who are you calling sharp-tongued? It's all starting to make sense now. There you go. Mr. Justice, this changed the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it? Certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. But Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was understage, did have the opportunity. Well, your case kind of fell apart. Whatever eventualities you prepared didn't prepare you for this. Man, so stereotypical, but here we are. So we now have two suspects. Wait just a minute there, Lobster Boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Oh, well, speak up, huh?
Hold it!
Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Oh, I'm gonna quick drink here. Oh, this is a lot to take in. Yeah, I did not expect this. Truly 100% caught me off guard. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage list being moved. Hold on, does Trucy know about this? Like, she'd have to. They work together, right? Why would they hide that fact? Like, their magic would kind of rely on it too. So why does Trucy say, oh, no one knows about it, except she should know that Betty's down there, and there's like no reason Betty should be hiding from Trucy. So weird. Just whatever. What exactly were you doing down there? Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back. Prosecutor Sadamati, Betty to Fame is ready to testify. What do you say? Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, I'm gonna go to your Twilight Hell or whatever for being a liar. Well, indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather, I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil in interrogation hell. Now that Betty to Fame, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage. Alright. What happened understage? True, I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Reyes was supposed to do? That's right, it's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up, you're gonna give it away. Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reyes. Okay, well, that explains the journal entry and why it's different than the actual action, but we know the obvious answer to this one. Well, that was certainly different. How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real, not a trick or a gimmick. Oh boy. Oh my, she's floating. Maybe I'm your honor. Like, just high up, maybe he doesn't see it. You can see she's being held up from below. You're supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette, but I can't help it. Whenever I see contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out. Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Oh, weird. Oh boy. What happened to understage? True had business on the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. Like there. If it's gonna load in here in a second. There it goes.
Hold it!
You're in the understage passage, which, need I remind you, was the crime scene. And you most certainly should be counted as a potential suspect. But I don't have any motive to kill Mr. Reyes. But you, by your own admission, hate Mrs. Wright. When she was arrested as a suspect, yeah, said it was what she deserved.
Objection!
It's good enough. Do you believe the witness killed a man simply due to her dislike of Trucy Wright? I mean, it's not a great motive, but it's a motive. He would have been killed for less. As a motive, it is not that. Is that not improbable at best? No, it's not improbable. Unlikely, sure, but it's not improbable. Well, it's not well, I guess it's improbable is the same thing. Well, whatever hatred caused her to bear a strong sense of malice against my client. But Trucy just made me mad, that's all. I mean, even though she's younger than me, she's got so much skill and popularity. She's cute besides. Grr, she makes me so mad, I wish she would drop dead. Betty, don't talk like that. Shut your yap. Was it just simple jealousy? Hey Betty, that next trick you were getting ready for, I wish we can clarify, like, what's her feelings on Trucy? The fire trick, right? The one when Mr. Reyes was supposed to do.
Hold it!
Bonnie? We're trying to get Betty's testimony right now, so... Oh, right. Sorry. We're just gonna let you stand up there, even though you're not supposed to. You can step down if you like. Oh, there you go. Worried about Betty, though. You can lose her temper and say awful things sometimes. Hey, what are you, my mother? Don't forget I'm the older sister. You got that? Yes, I got it. Guess I'd worry about Mint. Indeed, Betty. This, did they use a T instead of an S accidentally? Miss Betty constantly blowing her top if I were Bonnie too. Or this is something I'm not recognizing. Because I want to say Mount Betty, but that's not either. Well, yes and no, it is Mount Betty. I'll be worried. I'd worry about Mount Betty constantly blowing your top of a mountain. Yeah, it's like a volcano. I get it. Found it out. Mount Betty. So Betty, you were down understage getting ready for the fire trick, weren't you? Or were you? That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it.
Hold it!
No, it's BS, but we'll press it anyway. You were taking every necessary precaution, is that right? Of course, every precaution. After all, it's a very dangerous trick that uses real fire. I mean, we had to be ready in case of the curtain caught on fire or something, right? By the time people realized it wasn't part of the act, it might be too late, huh? If by people you mean Athena Sykes, then yes. Well, fire trick. That sounds really impressive. Your beard would go up in smoke, old man. Bet people mistake you for a cue ball or something without it. Cue ball. Betty, don't be rude to the judge. Kiki. Betty, you know that fire trick? It wasn't in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident.
Hold it!
A lot more statements. I think the fire trick was part of the script. I think Mr. Reyes was scheduled to perform it later in the show. Did you not get to see him practice it beforehand? No, during the rehearsal, he said he didn't feel well, so he couldn't breathe any fire for me. Wait, so let me get this straight. He couldn't breathe fire because he wasn't feeling well? My magical powers appear to be on the wane today. That's what he said. It was just part of his usual, the great Mr. Reyes shtick. It's really too bad I didn't get to see the trick because of the incident. Which was completely unexpected, of course. Just getting that out there. Hey! Shut up, you're gonna give it away. Anyway, I was real busy.
Hold it!
What away? So what exactly do you mean you're gonna give it away? See, Bonnie, you and your big mouth. Now, Lobster Boy. Lobster Boy wants to know what we're talking about. I'm sorry. Yes, well, if you were preparing for the next magic trick, but you wouldn't have had the time to commit murder. Wow, looks like the old geezer isn't senile just yet, huh? But you'll live a good, long life. Oh, fun to be sitting up here at least another 10 years. Okay. It's at least another trilogy. 10 more years? I don't know about that. What did we discuss about inner logs, Valentina? Where are they bringing it up? I mean, I guess I brought it up earlier in the case too, so. Oh, well. Well, more power to you, I guess. In any case, I was so busy, I didn't have the time to off anybody. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reyes.
Hold it!
Alright, last statement. Are you just trying to cover for Betty? No, of course not. I believe in my sister. I know she'd never murder anyone. But you think my client would? No, I believe in Trucy too. I know she'd never murder anyone either. Well, we just ran out of suspects in that case. Yes, but see, you should have just kept your mouth shut, dummy. You're just making a fool of yourself. Also, this completely, I don't know how Mr. Because there was obviously two people involved with all the evidence we looked at. But again, I thought it was Mr. Redna's, and we like, oh, he has an alibi, but I'm not quite sure. I guess, could have found it out it was BS, but now I guess he's not that involved. He's involved in the phony contract. Well, we'll see. You should have just kept your mouth shut, dummy. You're just making a fool of yourself. Be nice and quiet like a good little bunny. Got it? Alright, I guess I'm no help. Oh boy. Also to get anything out of Bonnie with Betty right there. Is why people don't do dual testimonies. So Betty was too busy getting ready for the next trick to have time for the murder, huh? Must be some way to prove that that wasn't the case. Alright, well. I had to make sure we were prepared for it. Did you? Or did you do nothing at all?
Objection!
Hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier. Oh, harsh words. Let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick. No, except me, you mean. Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? We do? Told you to keep it zipped. Now, don't fight you two. Mr. Justice, what is this about? What's this about a flaw in the testimony? The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust. Ouch. You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty? You got me! What is your fame? You explain yourself. There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty. We can't hide it any longer. Might as well tell them. Shut up. You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do. Well, neither of you will explain. I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she, afraid of fire, was slacking off, knew the show wouldn't go on. Get those badges out of here. You didn't prepare the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that that the body would be found and the show would then be canceled. Boom. Always strong gusts of wind coming to this courtroom all the time. I don't know what causes it. Maybe it's Apollo's voice of cords of steel, actually. Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. You're gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off. Is that what you want, huh?
Objection!
No, it's not what I want. Objection, it's not what I want. Whatever, they can grow back. Wow, there you go. Now stop stalling and tell us the truth already. I can't reveal my secrets, I'm a magician.
Objection!
You have been chasing the shadow of an illusionary culprit defense. Dude, you can't say that after we found the secret twin. Having chanced upon a convenient target, you've let yourself get carried away. BS, the only reason Tracy's under suspicion is because she's the only other person who could potentially have done it. Now we know that's not true. Exactly. Where's your proof, huh? Yet, I can see that the witness' taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness. Deceitful trickery.
Objection!
As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. I guess she's appointed. No, she's not appointed. She's got permission. Different than being chosen to do it. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide beneath lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. For all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. I'll be behind bars either way. Does that mean you're admitting your guilt? Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do. It's just all this weird lying. I don't know why anyone would think you did something wrong. Lobster Boy, Cue Ball Geezer, Head Case Brat, Cerberus Monk. Why does he get a cooler title than all of us? Cue Ball Geezer, Head Case Brat. Really? Hold it. Betty, calm down. Come on now. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Huff. Huff. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you. There's an out I just thought of that maybe they're going to use. And how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick? I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract. Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection!
Beginning to see karmic threads that make up the intricate catastrophe that is this case. Ooh. Give this a listen. Eh. It's no Go or Edgeworth. Here, I'm gonna refill up my cup while you guys listen to this. Be right back. All right. This off the screen too. Okay, back. Yeah, I need to fill up a pitcher or something and bring it in here with me when I'm playing this game. Normally I can swing it for longer without getting drinks, but man, the talking in this is right on my throat quickly. All right. Huh? Allow me to summarize your assertion's defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. Second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it. Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage. Are you going to claim that they're technically accomplices to Trudy's murder and that they knew she was going to do something? Like, what we're hearing here? Is that how he's going to weasel out of this? What if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason? Like what? Or that she knew that Mr. Reyes was going to like reveal the secrets and not do the trick. In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That in conjunction with the body tumbling from the victim coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance, right? It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance. Ouch. Planned out. After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports, I even browsed tabloid magazines. Very industrious of you. I'm impressed. During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Hag! Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, and the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct? Is that true? Betty, please let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore. Sounds like you hit the money. Dang it, fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Ray is showing up dead in the coffin. Set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted. It was all prank. Get pranked, bro. What? Okay. What did they call? So they knew they were going to mess up the show because it's like the idea of the network, or the TV station, that Mr. Reyes was gonna fall dead, but it was gonna be pranked. She's gonna think she stabbed him, but she like. All right, we'll just wait for them to explain. This is a lot to take in. It's really true. Yes, Mr. Reyes was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go. It was in on it too. That's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. Then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went. What the heck kind of prank is that? You know, that's very you say it's physically dangerous, so it's not a prank, although people do that. But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Reyes. I'm so completely lost right now. Yeah. Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do. All right. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once, we'll share how it was done with you. But listen carefully, you'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. I don't know how trainable bats are. After our teleportation trick, I went down under stage. Mr. Ray's body appeared from the coffin on stage. It was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right, I used the remote control for the winch connected to the the dragon set piece and made it fall down. Just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Reyes to come back to life in front of the panicked Trucy. Panicked Trucy, he was supposed to laugh and fly up away. That's how it was scripted, anyway. For some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he kind of just stayed on the ground. What kind of sick joke is that? You have any proof of this? It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. Poor defendant was trying to do her magic show. I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ratings Raja idea anyway. Yeah, it sounds like just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. This is the prank plan script. Okay, here we go. We got it from the ratings Raja. But let's give that a good look over. What record? Dang it, you made us break our contract. Now we won't get paid. No way. You could, like, I don't think a court of law would tolerate a corporate contract taking precedent over, you know, a case. But then again, I don't know much about the courts. Maybe they've done worse things. Course appearing in the set piece following, staged by Roger Retinas. Ray's body will appear in the supposedly empty coffin, which should cause a big ruckus. After capturing a bit of Trucy's reaction on film, Mr. Reyes will come back to life, laughing, flying up into the air, causing another round of surprise. Okay, nothing about all that other stuff. The ending. But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim and when? Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Reyes was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of the prank, then when he was under stage, there would still be life within him. If that was the case, then Betty, who was also under stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Aha, I don't know. Was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin? Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video. Ooh, here we go. Loading thing again. Yeah, I'll move it over to yes. Okay. Greetings, viewers. It is I, the great Mr. Reyes. We're currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, trying to play a little prank on Trucy. Not to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. I mean, pretty sure there's no marking over here. And when the coffin opens, ho, I will be in it, acting as though I met my maker. Imagine the look on Trucy's face then. Oh, I can hardly wait. Weird. About to hide in the coffin? But seeing the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. Victim passed through the understage where Betty DeFame was, came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Reyes appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw. Appears that way, yes. In defense, you wrote the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put in the coffin? Then what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Reyes entered the coffin. Ugh. Oh, so does that mean... Yes, it was horrible, but true. This tragedy did indeed play out right there on stage. So they're claiming he wasn't killed beforehand. When into the coffin Mr. Reyes was hiding, Trucy went right thrust her blade. Hard. Ag! Gee, see? Told you so. You're saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank. Would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. Let's ask the accused herself. Mrs. Wright, did you have any prior knowledge of the prank? Here now. What Tell him, Tracy, you didn't know anything about it, right? Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Objection.
Think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this little piece of evidence. Looks like some sort of note. Reading it there. Ugh. That's... Found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now. It's this? Let's see, it says, get the video camera after Mr. Reyes comes tumbling out. Yeah, they're gonna use the signature, except we know that's BS. It is a note signed by the accused. Searching bond to collect Mrs. Reyes' video camera from him, it seems. I don't get it. Does it? It doesn't make any sense. Found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank. Let's bear her signature. I'll give you that much. Yeesh. The defendant, we have tons of evidence for this case. The defendant had prior knowledge of the prank. It appears so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it in her own to her own advantage. She thrust a steel sword in the coffin where the victim stood, chuckling to himself. Is that what happened, Mrs. Wright? What? Like, he was so insulted he was gonna do a prank. She was gonna stab him. Of course not. I didn't write or sign that note. But the handwriting matches yours. All the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit. But I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not? I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Reyes. You have to believe me. Silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish, as accused. We know it's all BS, even as you are capably caught in the web of fate as you spun for yourself. Utah. This is right. It's time to resign yourself to your fate. Like, this is dramatic and all, except they made it super clear they forged the signatures. Like, that's very easy to prove. No, I didn't do it. I knew it. A sweet-looking girl, a murderer? She took us all in with that act of hers. I told you, I knew she was a homicide. Oh my god. But I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anybody believe me? Because time and time again, we've proven people in this universe are pretty dumb. This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves. Very well, I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant Trucy Wright. No, obviously. The defense has an objection. Follow. You, even now, you would. I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Right, who's counting on me? And Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me. It's just the fact that you've raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claims, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor. Do you really have anything, Apollo? Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here. Girl, Mr. Justice, you may proceed. As we saw in the show footage, there's no question the defendant thrust the sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let's not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. You can't take everything we see at face value. Are you going after the sword before you go after the fake signature? Really? So you're saying the sleight of hand was somehow involved? Yes, the defense contends that the sword defendant used was not the cause of death. What was it Tracy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin? Very well, let us see your evidence and then, Mr. Justice. Remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. Ooh. Got the 3. You will be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing. Sure, that's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death. So I'm so confident. I'm gonna save here real quick. It's pretty clear what it should be, right? I just don't know how we're gonna prove it. Professor Trucy said she swapped in for the trick. This shows that it's possible that the sword used is not the cause of death, right? Possible. A rubber sword, right? Or it also could be the autopsy or something along those lines. That on the back with a sharp blade. The victim's real name was in the back. Gotta be the rubber sword. Like, maybe I'm overthinking this. I'm just being careful.
Take that!
What's this? A sword from the show? Okay. Yeah, just being careful at the last court case. That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand I say. Although this doesn't prove anything. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber. Yeah, like it says it right there. Supposed to. She didn't. I don't know how to refute that. But the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did. I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? Then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage? Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos, swapped the rubber sword for the real steel one.
Objection.
Do you not know when to give up this stink bug? That is not possible. Hey, we're back up to stink bug. Promoted from Pepper. Blood was found on the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword which she used was the steel one.
Objection.
But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact, right? After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there's plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there.
Objection.
The sword the accused used was a rubber one. Then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Reyes was alive when he entered that coffin.
Objection.
Entered the coffin. Finding the answer to that question, precisely why we need to continue this trial. Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword was used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue. Very well, Your Honor. Yes, I saved it. Somehow. Close with comfort. Again, you could prove the fake contract, but whatever. guess the most important thing is determining that the sword she used on stage is rubber, because then she can't possibly murder them. Crime photo updated the court record. Adjourned for a brief 15-minute recess. Advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare. Break. Load that scene. Yeah. I'll make sure to switch it over the SSD. And just hopefully we don't run into this issue with other games in the future. April 28th, the Strict Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Phew, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. Can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor Satomati either. You know, with the way he says let it go and move on as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? Oh boy, am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? Oh, hello, Mr. Retinas. Got your next evil scheme in the works already? What do you want? You making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now smile for the camera. See those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Gamari Creed tells you to do? Got her there. How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. Calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of the troop Gamari? Go away, you creep. What's yeah? Why are you even allowed in here? What's this? Something just charged into frame. Looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet? Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. What happened to the camera? It disappeared right before our very eyes. With the illusion, I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. I put out a call on Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. But I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. Skeezy doesn't even begin to describe it. Called in some Trucy's fans, but for what purpose? Hello? The thing Mr. Retinas just did. That was some high-level sleight of hand. Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? Oh. I'm gonna say it because you know the game's kind of implying. Is he Reyes himself? Or is he just some random magician? No, because of the body. It's like, well, interesting to see. Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills. No way, but I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Lawyer? Oh, it's Bonnie. Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? Oh, well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really, what is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy, what are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Betty, who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you hair brain. I wanted to say barbarian, but no. But shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now. Oh, was our lead. Wonder what was bothering her. No way we're finding out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that. Should be able to call her up in court, but I guess it's just not going to happen. Court is about to reconvene. We be all right testifying? Yes, it's just... I wonder what Mr. Retinas has up his sleeve. That he's bringing in actual fans. Yeah, probably not. What he has up his sleeve too. I'm not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now of all times. You're Trucy right and you'll be fine. Oh, there goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy right and I'm fine. Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now. Atta girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great. Thanks, I'll be fine. I can do this. Alright, Justice, you can do this too. Let's focus on the rest of the trial. 28. District Court. Courtroom number 6. 6 courtrooms. That means there must be at least 6 judges, right? Kind of only know about the other one. The one other one. Canadian one. Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand. Hello. Is he right, magician? Here comes the liar, the deceitful witch. Throw the murderer in jail. Last member of that criminal troupe. Woo, we don't want to see you up on any stage. Or the gallery will be quiet, or I'll have you all thrown out on the spot. Thank you for acting like a judge for once. Look at all the hecklers. But they're the fans Mr. Retina's invited. What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out. Now then, Mrs. Wright, court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. Please testify about this issue. She's gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Try to convict her already. Give her the death penalty. Silence, all of you. I won't tell you again. That's right. Do you feel able to testify? Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor. Lucy, you shouldn't have let her go through with this. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, exactly what happened? Would that be all right, Your Honor? Oh, you can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. In spite of everything, she's still smiling. Patricia is amazing, isn't she? She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. True entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. Faithfully following True Gamari creed even now. Really is something else. Showtime for Magical Girl Trucy, right? Watch carefully now, everybody. What is gonna happen here? Huh. Stupendous sword switch. There's never been anything like this, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Let me demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. Oof. Okay, no tricks or gimmicks. Very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take the sword and presto swordo. There, I've switched it. Now, yep. As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber. Huh, well. Bravo, Mrs. Wright. Wow, she switched them in a flash. I can't see her do it at all, which is surprising because you guys are behind her. Completely turn the room around. Hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering. Like, if you look at magic from a different angle, things change quite a bit. Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Mrs. Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. Not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know. I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show. When you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain? Exactly. You see, there is a trick and gimmick to it after all. That's where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now. The secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I? As in, the game developers can't possibly justify how she would do that. Oh, that's our obtrusi. Yeah, still. It's right? That part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right? Right, the other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court. It's funny. I found an inconsistency in her testimony. Humph. Looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there. Now I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it. Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. Okay, so we're analyzing the trick and how it's performed. So we're gonna need to look at this. So let's take a look at this. Can't fast forward at all. God, this cameraman is the worst. That's Mr. Hat going up. And presumably she just switched out the swords. No spin. Like no full spin anyway. Alright, well. Try not to ask dumb questions to spoil this wondrous magic. I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. Stupendous sword switch. This is weird. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on the sword.
Hold it!
Please be careful, Mrs. Wright. This is awkward. Oh, don't worry. I practiced this trick 1,000 times. The real magic trick is making the stand disappear and come back all the time. That's right. That's right, Apollo. You have to give Trucy some credit. She knows what she's doing. I know, but it still makes me nervous every time. That's what magic is all about. Truly great magician. Make our audience experience all kinds of thrills and chills. Guess you're right. I'm not trying not to interrupt her too much while she's doing the trick. I want to distract her or break her concentration. Now, ladies and gentlemen, back to the exciting world of magic. Say that, but we're going to press her at every point. I'm going to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is.
Hold it!
Miss Wright, please don't swing that big, dangerous thing. Come on, Apollo. Somebody could get hurt. Apollo, please don't shout while I'm swinging said blade around. Somebody could get hurt. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Couldn't help myself. Should know better than when to talk to me when I'm on stage. Mr. Justice, I'll see you in my chambers after court is adjourned. Uh-oh. I don't suppose somebody could make me disappear before that happens. Let's just watch quietly, shall we, Apollo? Now, back to the show. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. It's a very sharp sword indeed.
Hold it!
It's definitely a real sword, right? Now, Apollo. I know you're excited, but you have to control yourself. Mr. Justice, you needlessly interrupt this wonderful magic show again. I'll be forced to bring my very real gavel down on your head. That seems to be completely taken in by Trucy's magic. Yeah, it's like she's cast a magic spell over him. Better not interrupt her anymore. There's no telling what the judge might do to me. Right, please ignore any further outbursts from Mr. Justice. Proceed with your spectacular trick. Like, it's implying that's gonna happen, but I think the game's just doing a bit. Alright, here I go then. And then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take the sword and... I'm gonna say, like, he's making me freaked out, so I'm gonna save anyway.
Hold it!
Oops, I did it again. I've had it up to here, Apollo. Can you just listen quietly like a big boy? Sorry about that. I got a little too worked up. Apollo. Now, boys and girls, watch carefully and please don't kick the seat in front of you. And I'll take the sword and... Presto Swordo. There, I switched it.
Hold it!
Okay, we get to talk here, right? You switched the swords when you spun around just now. That's right. It's the same way I do the trick in the actual magic show, too. I'm also doing a lot of extra things that I don't do during the show right now, though. Key point is the sword switching. Only we can prove she did it during the actual show, too. Right. Prove that she switched them during the show. Doesn't matter, Apollo. You look troubled. Oh, it's nothing. Oh, this is quite the pickle. I'm gonna go about handling this. That's right. Please continue with your trick. Y'all just witnesses me switching the swords. Yeah, okay. She didn't spin during the show, so implication is she didn't switch the swords. Now up.
Hold it!
Watch out! Oh my god, Apollo. What do you think you're doing, Apollo? Well, you're putting yourself in danger. I could just stand by and not say something. Mr. Justice, you're putting your head in danger of meeting my gavel. Apollo, you better apologize before you become this case's next victim. Very sorry, everyone. How did it come to this? All right, boys and girls, if you want to ask for an encore, wait till the end, okay? Now then, my sword was sharp as steel just moments ago, but as you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
Hold it!
Wow, that's incredible. When in the world did you switch them? Oh, but I explained it once already. Could you show it to me again? Sure, but remember, a magician doesn't usually share secrets. But this is a very special exception. Very grateful for your generosity, believe me. Take a good hard look at the instant she switches the swords. So yeah. Though she explained how she does it, I still can't see her do it. It blows me away no matter how many times I watch. Yeah, me too, but what is it, Apollo? Do you notice anything about the way she truly moves during the trick? Like her movements? I don't get it. What's the real story, Trucy? All right, let's do it. Accuse her of failing to do this. And presto sordo. There, I switched it. And
Objection!
Miss Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you. What is it, Apollo? There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now, the way it appears in the show footage. What? That can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times. What's going on here? Right, I have the show footage right here. The part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it. What? But I did it! So, it really is the exact moment you switch the swords. Yes, that's right. Knew it. I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused live for me. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show? No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean, I did swap them. I know I did. I'm really sure of it.
Objection!
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I'm afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are false. But now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap the swords, it means that the use of the steel sword is to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued Mr. Reyes' death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion. Vince, Hey, Athena. The Vince has an objection to you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I don't think you get to shout that out and do that. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now. There is a discrepancy, and it must mean something. I'm sure of it. The defense team kindly saved their spat until after court is adjourned. Now then, after all this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan and that would place the victim inside the coffin. Thanks, plan. Read that again. Didn't knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. I got that right. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword switching trick on stage. Through her actions, I'm afraid I've come to see the true intention of the accused. I'm actually surprised. The game's not like making me go over the footage, point the exact spot, and then like repeat the footage multiple times. It's just like, okay, yeah, should do with the trick. You know it, we know it. Move on. I've come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions. It's such a shame. But I did switch the swords, I swear. Knee deep in it now, Justice. Hold it. Excuse me. Let's see, you are... Which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Bonnie? Bonnie, you were mixing up the two names together. You're mixing the two names together, Your Honor. Oh, pardon me. And so, do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie? Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify. Oh, what? The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Reyes. Bonnie, hold it. Hey, what's the big idea? This is an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you harebrained hare? You keep your traps shut. Got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? You just said something to me once. Huh? You said no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty. Stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her, so I did what she said. When I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength. She's gonna try and check this again. Picked her already. Give her the death penalty. Yeah, I don't really think you can get away with this at all. The gallery does not need to be here. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, show you exactly what happened? Would that be all right, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, it's just incredible. I'm not gonna run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. All right. Better be juicy. Ugh, what have you done to my sister? Trucy, right? You practically brainwashed her. Power of Trucy's conviction, that's what it is. Touched Bonnie's heart. Yeah, Trucy really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess? Yes, ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. Good, we don't have to wait too long to see that. Not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage. What do you mean by that, Bonnie? I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Objection.
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once after all. Can't show anything other than what happened on stage yesterday.
Objection.
And forget if they showed us, like if we got to see, and then they probably did show a live thing, and I forgot what it was. Bonnie's testimony, because over the weekend, like we actually saw it live, and the actually live performance is different than the video one. Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. Let's examine the show footage. But what can we check it against? You have some sort of other footage of the show? Well, I have some show footage. Hey, you do? One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show. Then afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present. He did? To tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it.
Hold it.
A creep saves the day, I guess. Please submit that footage to the court. Oh, Now then, let's take a look at this new footage. Let's. Ooh, we get a nice angle at least. Yeah, it's about what I expected. Keeping his eyes on the prize, just like the actual cameraman was for the TV station. It's here all, but I guess we're gonna see the sword like fly out to the left. Can't see Trucy. Oh my god, cards. Huh, well, I didn't see much of anything. Wow, okay then. Really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he? I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work. What events do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting? Yes, please. Of course I do. Okay, so how are we going to go about this? Let's try comparing the two. We just might find an inconsistency between them. This is inconsistency, huh? The two pieces of footage are on the same scene, so they shouldn't match up. The only thing I noticed immediately was the cards. I don't remember that in the other footage. Expecting to see something more drastic, but that's the only thing I noticed. But if we go through it, maybe we'll spot something else. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. If we can pick out what's different between the two, we'll know what Bonnie found strange. Exactly. So we may figure out what the original doesn't show the figure out why the original doesn't show this sword switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage. Very well, I will allow it. What a waste of time. Paul, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? No, I've never done it before. I'll give you a little lesson then. We don't get to skip this tutorial. Use the video player's buttons to go through the footage. If you want to speed through, use the fast forward button M. Okay. If you want to go back, use the rewind button B. Gotcha. If you want to halt playback, just use the pause button Z. Oh, that was gonna be N. N is between B and M. Oh, by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame by frame playback. Okay. How do I switch between the two videos? Switch camera button Q. Oh, we don't get both of them at the same time. If you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present it to court. Gotcha. You really know your stuff. Not really. I just gave it some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it. What? I sure you guessed right. Anyway, let's give it a try. All right. I was like, okay, you can pause like this. This. If I switch footage, there's nothing. No, it's okay. It's at that angle. This hand out of the way. Talking. It's. Boom. Here's the shadow, but we're not going to see the shadow from the other angle. Swing. Yeah, there is no cards. Back. I'll go back more. Far back as we can. Let's switch footage. When do the cards come out? Like, we don't see that sword around at all, I think. What are those? I switched over to the other one. See those at all? No. Yeah, those are the cards then. You see anything even slightly resembling? No, it's the cards. The one thing I did notice. Pause it here and point these out. Oh. Back. There you go. These.
Take that!
What are these? This is it right here. Take a good look at the scene and compare it to the video shot from the front. Oh, playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front. Hey, right. What's going on here? That's right. What can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those. They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick. What? Mr. Justice, does this mean... Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage, somehow. The footage was edited. Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Let's see what you can find out. Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. It's Mr. Retinas? Yeah. It's you. Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Believe you me. We got a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. And who might you be? Right. Sorry about that. I got ahead of myself there. I don't think you're able to just walk into the courtroom like this. Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Your Honor. Well, oh well, how very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Satamati. Please take my card. Business card? Ah, yes. I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I've even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's a crack-a-lackin', homie? For example, I really want to hear him say that in his voice. Oh, you're from Take Two TV. Are you witness? He's not a witness. He's a random person. Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before. Yes, Roger Retinas, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He's a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He's best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby." Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raja. Hang loose, judgy, baby. Nice courtroom you got here. Never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But Prosecutor Satamati, how do you know so much about him? In preparation for the case, I've watched all of his shows. Can I clarify there? Now the Ratings Raja goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. Inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine. What? You went to the Burger Barn? What, to Burger Barn? Who would have thought? You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Because that line, whew. Compared to my aesthetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. Honestly, I've waited at a restaurant for an hour before. It's nothing fancy. It's just you go during peak hours. It's kind of like that. I recommend the Southwestern burger with the jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. Ooh, sound good. Having a really hard time picturing in the line for burgers. Whatever it was ramen in the original translation. They do, that's like their thing of choice to swap it with. Burgers and ramen. Prosecutor Satamati, unexpected enthusiasm for food aside. Retinas, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned? Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. Pretty long video. I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Tracy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. Those cards come out so unnaturally. You see the part that was cut where Tracy switched the swords? Spins around the playing card, and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be. Then it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick. I mean, the point is, she did spin around. That doesn't mean she swapped the swords, though. It just means there's not an inconsistency in how she told the story or how her trick is performed. But you gotta hear this explanation for this dude. Why they hid that fact from us. Which means the swords Mrs. Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Mr. Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Reyes. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Come on. Well, Tracy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. Yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Reyes when she stabbed the coffin, but that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse. Saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script. Oh, that she started with the rubber sword and switched it to the metal one? Is that what you're getting to? That's true. Then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. What? I say Trucy murdered Mr. Reyes when she was hidden from view behind. So wacky. It was murdered before this. Like we went on, he was murdered when he appeared on the stage. Then it was murdered under the stage earlier. And then it's murdered back. He was murdered. No, he totally was murdered on the stage. No, he's murdered afterwards. It's just shifting all over the place. Interesting murdered Mr. Reyes when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon, and nobody would be the wiser, except for, you know, Bonnie, who's back there. My C&D, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious looking shadow in the footage too. Toward the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It'd be easier just to see it for yourselves. Now we notice this is not the Mr. Hat one. This is the pulling up one. Only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look there, look here. Suspicious battle must be true. What? It's going up. Why would you even think that? How? Using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. That's such a massive leap in logic. Especially when I mean, it's consistent with the shadow Mr. Hat did earlier. Now you mention it, I suppose it does look that. That's not
Objection!
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. That's not at all, and that's not all. Are we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? Yeah, why did you do that? See, there's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot. It would be fine with me, Prosecutor Satamati. It's quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I got to say, promise. Yuta. Very well, however, if you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed. Alright, with Prosecutor Satamati's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Retinas. Roger Retinas, the raiding Raja, now Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. Boy. Man, I wonder... I've noticed his shirt. It's like, it's the puffy shirt. I wonder, there's no way that's a deliberate reference to, like, Seinfeld. But, weird. The ascot, though, I know from... from Yakuza 0. The producers always wear this kind of thing. There's a stereotype, and this guy fits it. At least from what I know about, and you know, cultural osmosis through Japanese games. Mainly Yakuza. Wasn't deliberate, I tell you. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, and long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just coincident that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Doing cuts in a magic act completely ruins it, though. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage. Why did you feel it needed to be cut? Why did the key moment in a magic act get cut? I see, so you're saying it was coincident that the sword swapping scene was cut. Right, glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincident, that's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection. How cool. Sure, it packs a lot more punch than when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. Cut. There, I got some good stuff there. Pretty sure camera's not allowed. Mr. Retina's filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Whoops, my bad, Judge. The defense has an issue. It can point it out during cross-examination. Did he get a penalty or something for doing that? Like, he did it. Are you just gonna hand wave it? It wasn't deliberate, I tell you. It was meant to be edited, I tell you. Sure.
Hold it!
Really? I've never heard of anybody say. I've never heard anybody say that. Common knowledge in the TV world. Got any idea what a snooze cruise would be to watch a magic show without editing? Dude, that is the literally the opposite of how it's supposed to work. Magic show is like that one. A magic show like that one anyway. That was ice cold. Anyway, editing is what makes TV worth watching. To some extent, sure. Scenes are spliced together and long or boring scenes are cut out.
Hold it!
You're saying you thought you were thought there were boring scenes in Mr. Wright's magic show? You gotta ask, that script and presentation deserve a place on the cutting room floor. Broadcasting that mess as it, oh my god, as it would have been a complete disaster. As is would have been a complete disaster. That's how you say that. That's why I had to edit the footage. It's just what a TV man does. What didn't you like about the show exactly? The whole thing. It was a major snooze fest. Maybe a common folk like you don't get it. Why did you sponsor it then? But a show's only as good as how loud and flashy and trashy it is. It was plenty loud and flashy on its own. All you did was add the trash. I suppose each industry has its own way of doing things, just as we in the legal profession focus on exclusively on evidence and testimony. Exactly. Whether it's showbiz or legal biz, we do what we gotta do to get the job done. Anyway, editing footage is just a matter of course in the TV industry. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like I was done maliciously or something.
Hold it!
Let's hear it. It doesn't explain why that specific part was cut. It wasn't done maliciously, huh? But I get the distinct impression that you bear feelings of ill will toward Troop Gamari. Huh? What makes you think that? Things that you yourself had said. You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. Prove those Gamari magicians are all a bunch of lowlives. Yeah, I thought that you might get this feeling from that girl, but it doesn't seem so. These are his own feelings, which kind of reinforces that he's actually Mr. Reyes, but then who's the body? So weird. But if this was Mr. Reyes, and we did establish that motive that he might hit the Gamaris, this would make sense, but it's weird still. I also get the impression that you felt this way for a long time.
Objection!
And it would explain his supposed magic skills too. Words such as those can be interpreted in many different ways. For example, though I bear the defense no ill will, I would not hesitate to say that he is a good-for-nothing lout of a lawyer. You bear me no ill will could have fooled me. Yet, it is the truth. I am only strict on you as it seems you've strayed from the path. The path I'm supposed to do is where I just roll over and let you do whatever you want. Apparently. Apparently. If you have any objections, Mr. Justice, please make your case with evidence in the future. Retinas, please continue your testimony. It was just a coincidence that that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof I had an ulterior motive for editing the footage.
Hold it!
All the scenes you could have cut. Why the sword shows in trick? Yeah. That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, Big Shaw? Hard being the boss, kid. You gotta make the tough choices, like which content gets cut. May I ask you this? Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand. Oh my god. You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell you, people tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. Not on TV, but I know evidence is evidence law, and boy, do I have some for you, champ. And I'd be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Wow. Probably the whole prank. Like, there's the I mean, this kind of proves it, but I think it's the prank in general. Faced by Mr. Retinas. I can't back out of this too, so. Oh. Oops.
Take that!
Oh, really? Evidence proves that you bear ill will towards the defendant. Alright. You can always tell when the magic music cuts out, you got it right. That thing? What could that possibly prove? Take a good look right here. Wouldn't you agree that it puts you in a bad light? Looking bad and having evil intentions are two entirely different things. Look at me, for example. I'm not evil, but I am a bit of a bad boy. Sure. But if only it could be. Oh my God, Judge. But only. Oh, if I could be a bad boy myself. But bad lawyers get penalties for presenting bad evidence. All right. Ugh. That was my bad. Look, I didn't mean anything by it, but it was just my coincidence. I edited out that scene. What's this one now that we can before I go back to that other one, even though that other one is progress.
Hold it!
What other scenes did you cut from the footage? Huh? Oh, no others, I guess. I mean, you only edited out the sword switching trick scene and nothing else. Do you think it's a little too? Don't you think it's too much of a stretch to claim that as mere coincidence?
Objection!
No matter how artificial you find the affair, stranger things have happened on their own. That is, unless you have something with which it will prove otherwise. Defense? Well, you have a valid criticism. You have a valid criticism of Mr. Retina's testimony. Feel free to counter with evidence. Well, Apollo? Sure make things easier if we had some. I think the defense team needs to be edited out of this trial. That's what they need. I'll have to clean up this footage later. He's filming again. Judge, throw him out. He isn't really going to put this on TV, is he? Trying to prove malicious intent is tough. All he has to do is say it was all coincidence. We need to find some kind of foothold if we want to take any progress. True. That doesn't seem like the type to slip up. We'll just have to get the information out of him bit by bit. Okay, so we can go to this last one. The reason I went with that other one. Oops, no. I can look at this now. Ill will is because we know he faked the contract, but that's the only thing. That's not related to him technically. Not this. Not this. Not this. Like, if it's not the prank, it's like this doesn't necessarily mean he blows ill. Well, it does kind of this. He's expecting her to fail, but it doesn't necessarily. Like, you can apply this to anyone, so it's not great evidence to me. Like, if he's making $3 million off, he'll make anyone fail. Not specifically Trucy, but in this specific case, he wants her to fail. I guess it proves, but it's still like, oh, I had no intention of her failing. It was just, just in case. Maybe this shows this. Yeah, he dishonest as it's sealing, as it shows here. I guess it's this. But again, this could be just normal for him. Like, he does this to everybody. Doesn't mean it's specifically out for Trucy. This is the thing that, like, why would you go out of your way to prank somebody like her specifically? That's why I thought that was stronger evidence, but looking like this is the better one, I guess. All right, so let's get back to where we were. Yeah. Go through all this dialogue here. I'm gonna get a soda over here real quick. Got some root beers. I haven't drank this in a long time. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Still not convinced, honestly. Here, I'm gonna save. The clipboard or the... It's probably one of the two. It's the clipboard or the contract. Someone specifically means dishonest dealings, but it's like we're looking ill will towards the defendant. That's the thing we're looking for. I don't think any of this proves that, though. Like, to me, none of this reads as just proving ill will. Like, it's obvious this stuff is part of that, but it doesn't necessarily prove that. I can't think of anything better. Not this. Like, it could be this if we want to just like outright accuse him of being Mr. Reyes, but like there's so much we have to do before that. I feel like this. It's between these two. It's this.
Take that!
No. Come on. I low to get instead of going through all that again. All right thing, right? Yeah, like look at how the thing fades in. It makes me think I picked the top option. No, it's this. This then?
Take that!
Huh? What's that you got there? Really? Oh, I hate this. There. This is the contract you had Miss Wright signed just before the magic show. I guess I should have read it. Just because of the description on the clipboard, I should have presented that one first. It's annoying that he's also presenting the contract, but the contract doesn't work. Contract between the first party, Take TGV, and second party, Miss Wright reads: if through fault of the second party, show must be canceled in part of or in full. Crack this open. Hopefully that wasn't too loud for you guys. You could have muted it, but nope. Been drinking tea all morning, but it's late enough in the day I can have a soda. Like, not like alcohol, but I usually don't drink soda in the morning. I mean, spilled a bit. Okay. Pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum. Couldn't agree more. And of course, Mr. Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Retina's had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurate, he conned her into signing it. Conned her? How did he do that? There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Mrs. Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto the other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof that I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Because Trucy and our agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million, that's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is an important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Retinas. Retins. This is Retins. Retins. I went with Retinas because TV, but maybe it's Retins. I'm gonna stay with Retina. Even though, like, I'm saying it worse. Yeah, Retins is technically how you... Roger Retins. Ratings. Oh, maybe it's Roger... Ratings. Retins. Retinas. Nah, I'm gonna say with the Retinas. Might be... Ratings might be more accurate, though. Where's your proof linking me to that tricked out clipboard? You don't have any, do you? Hold on, let's press it.
Hold it!
This clipboard is yours though, isn't it, Mr. Retinas? Well, it belongs to the TV station anyway, that much I know. Maybe it was an old prop from one of our TV shows that got used by mistake. Maybe you used it on purpose to con Miss Wright.
Objection!
Retinas has already stated that he did not. Mr. Justice, please, excuse me. this trial to try to get out of paying your agency's debt. Not what I'm doing. Proof Mr. Retinas is connected to the carbon paper, huh? Trucy's signature was copied onto the fake contract. There must be an original contract that Trucy actually did sign. Yeah, but I bet Ms. Retinas is too savvy to leave something like that behind as evidence. The register was copied onto more than just a fake contract. Yeah, the third document with Trucy's signature on it. Seen anything like that though? Yeah, we know. And what are you guys whispering about? Let me continue my testimony. I believe the tricked out clipboard. I mean, they kind of spell it out pretty much there. Check this out, dude.
Objection!
You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like newscaster? Look at the viewers. I'd like you to take a look at Mr. Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare the signature to the one here on the contract. This contract. DC. There. Go. Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name with exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. Sure? These signatures are proof, are positive that you conned Miss Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. I didn't know you had it in you. Wow, just admitting it, huh? This is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Just forgetting about the camera and not recording in the courtroom, huh? Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Retinas. You kind of didn't. You kind of just accepted it. The fact that is you bear ill will against my client. So the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions. Isn't that right?
Objection!
What a forced argument, defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will towards Miss Wright, but his oh my god, pecuniary greed. Pecuniary greed. I've never heard this word before. But yeah, this is kind of the point I was bringing up earlier. Not necessarily hate Trucy specifically, just that he's a greedy con man. That's right, I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. Girl, I never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. Although, the note specifically, well... That note specifically, because it plays to the intentions of... He was deliberately sabotaging the show, but it still needed the murder to happen for that to be accomplished. Definitely no reason to bear any will, right? Any will, right? Ill will, right? You bear her any ill will, huh? Like, if you're gonna disrupt a show, why murder? Like, or... It's weird. It's very weird. It's the only thing that disrupted the show was the murder. Clearly, he wanted that to happen. Fat chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. Even though, yeah, we know it goes deeper than that. You'll see, I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove that the Gamari magicians are all a bunch of lowlives. Can't prove it with anything, but the things he said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Retinas... Rob your Retinas too. This kind of works. And Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. Must be some hidden connection between them. It can only be that he's Mr. Reyes then. Hidden connection. Sigh, what is it now? What are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it was just another one of his defense's feckless claims.
Objection!
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well then. You proceed. You figure something out, Apollo? Nope, nothing. Cool. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. Hope you know that what you're doing. You're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice. I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Retinas? I mean, the magician too. These are. I'm really curious, but not curious to eat one of my badges. He's a magician too. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Retinas did during the recess earlier. Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. What if Mr. Retinas is a magician too? What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me. Well, if he is, he may have had some contract with Mr. Wright, Mrs. Wright somewhere along the way.
Objection.
Your argument is hardly worth responding to. By all means, please do continue. There's a passage in the sacred scriptures of Quranism states, "He who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey." Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit. He isn't going to get it anyway. We saw Mr. Retinas perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. Well, I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician. You must have been seeing things. Can we introduce you to a good eye doctor? Connection as tenuous as that is all it takes. Then every magician in the country can potentially bear ill will towards the accused. I kind of point there. Yes, you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You'd do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours, the holy waters of Mount Pony. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. Thanks. A numbskull for a numbskull. Ah. Well, this numbskull has a thick skin, so there. I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he's a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? Unless she was super popular. Hold on, I can think of one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troop Gamari. Oh, yeah, except... Who was murdered then? Is the question that comes up if we go with this. No. No way. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time. See, what sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to the real killer, one who had a motive to commit this crime. What? Sigh, and what have you come up with this time, defense? Mr. Wright is the sole heir to Troop Gamari and its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. This piece of evidence points to that person with a grudge against Mrs. Wright. There we go.
Take that!
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice? 13 years ago, Great Mr. Reyes belonged to Troop Gamari. Then the troop ousted him, and Mr. Reyes vowed to get revenge on them someday. What better way to accomplish that than through ruination of their sole heir? Mr. Reyes is the victim, Mr. Justice. You need a dead man as your suspect. But is he really dead? What do you mean, is he really dead? The fact that Mr. Reyes is the victim... The fact that Mr. Reyes, the victim, is what's throwing you off. Now, how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Reyes? What? You mean the victim was an imposter? Not Mr. Reyes. Then what about the real Mr. Reyes? I mean, the real Mr. Reyes is still alive. That's absurd. Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Reyes if not the victim of this case? All coming together now. Finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. Or is that the actual Mr. like Roger Retinas that was murdered? Like he swapped places. Like we have double swap. We have the Bonnie and Betty, and then Mr. Reyes and Retinas switching places, sort of thing. This is the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. Let me load it real fast. God. Yeah, I'll switch this to the SD. We won't have to deal with it. Real killer, the one who hated Chukamari and wanted to sully its name. Like, yeah, we noticed this was off, so. The nose scar, which means Mr. Redness has it. This is somebody else, but I still don't know. Imagine lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Reyes instead. Real Mr. Reyes is Mr. Reyes. No. Roger Retinas. I wonder if they like respond in any of these. Like if I point them out, will they actually cut them like, oh yeah, I'm Mr. Reyes? It'd be funny, but I don't think that's gonna be the case. Yep.
Take that!
Roger Retinas. But that's... Yes, it is. Roger Retinas is the real Mr. Reyes. What? Him? No.
Objection.
Oh, hollowed red pepper. Your impotent seeds sprout not but meaningless empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. Not a bad idea for a soap opera. Not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that the Mr. Reyes in yesterday's magic show was fake. Yeah, we saw the screen, but we never got any evidence. Did you do that? I just need you to look at this spot on the poster. Go. This is the injury Mr. Reyes sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video of the victim shot himself shows no trace of that injury. Wow, you're absolutely right. Another Mr. Retinas, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? You could have makeup on too, but... Well, Mr. Retinas, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there because I require no tricks or gimmicks. You see, my magic is, oh my god, the real deal. I just said it. Is this what you were hoping to see? Oh, there it is, the scar. Just as I thought. That's right, I am the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark understage of history. The great Mr. Reyes. So you're gonna be in a lot of trouble here. And also, I'm pretty sure you're admitting this. Trucy's off. There's way too many coincidences and weird stuff happening around this. Like, the Charger is guilty, I feel like. And this guy is lying about who he is in a court of law, and someone else was murdered, so yeah. Wrap this up. Do this. Totally absurd. Welcome to court cases with us, buddy. Utah. This is what it's like. Oh, how ironic, wouldn't you say? This odious mark carved into me by Chukamari and bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the karmic threads before me. The witness is the real Mr. Reyes, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. Today I become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Reyes. Confidence. I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle. When did this man take over for you? About 2 years ago, I taught him my tricks. He even acted as producer. A mere amateur became a popular magician overnight. Gonna sweep all that extra person on the rug. Like, that's an explanation, but man, there's so many questions. Courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show. You really had us all fooled. Retinas, or should I say, Mr. Reyes, in your hatred for Tucumara, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery, and then set up Miss Wright to take the fall for you. I guess, oh, yeah, I guess we didn't know his real name until the autopsy, and we didn't know who the real Mr. Reyes was. There's no way to tell with the half mask on his face. All right, well, whatever. Okay, that clears it up. At least, because like, yeah, his real identity wasn't known. You said I was right to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the grammarian name. Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I said it's a prank, that much is true, but it was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Gramaris.
Objection!
But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? Oh my god. Yikes. Yeek. His head. Just kidding. What the heck was that? Need my words, lawyer lad. For I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you about that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. I'm sure that trick looked less impressive from behind if the gallery wants to fill us in on what happened. Nothing but the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Who wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sadamati? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. What? Full defense that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Retinas was at Take Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to. That's right, I forgot all about that. What do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter? Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court about your alibi. I mean, you can use a body double. Clearly, he has no issue doing that. That's the obvious answer, but it might be something else. Very well then, on with the show. Are you watching Magnifique Grammari? Time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. Look at the fire in his glasses. Grammari line will be no more. I don't know how much long we have left in this. Like, this is the last twist, right? Nothing else. We haven't gotten into the winches at all. Like, there's a bunch of stuff we haven't used. This... We've referenced this somewhat. The little hook thing hasn't come into play. Hook hasn't come into play. I mean, we've tangentially used the book as motive, but we've never presented it as evidence. And maybe we won't. Alright, well. Perfect alibi. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. You asked my staff if you doubt my claim. There it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. Also, this is coin. The silver one's the same as the gold one he has around his neck. You understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? His staff did say he was there at the station. Sure does sound like rock solid alibi. And that can't be right. If Mr. Retinas is the killer, he had to have been at the theater. Gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. I mean, could be just forcing his employees to lie. I assure you, there are no holes on Mr. Ray's stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. You enjoy my show to the fullest. My real alibi. My perfect alibi. The TV station at the time of the Penrose performance.
Hold it!
You did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? Indeed. I was anxious to see how the show was progressing. I made my way to the theater. Let's see. My journey took about 10 minutes by car. He actually been at the theater during those 10 minutes killing the victim? Allow me to stab at reading your mind. Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes killing the victim? Oh, no, I mean, it's pretty obvious. Oh, it's like the logical question. No, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver is a big fan of the ratings, Raja. I even gave him my card. Get the driver's card? That was very clever of him. Might as well give up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Well then, hey, he used real magic to murder the victim. Says he can do it. I think the prosecution could get away with saying something like that, but I couldn't. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. I was busy working on the TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show.
Hold it!
Could you? What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more appropriate. Ratings, Roger. Special production. Yeah, hang loose, baby. Called Desperation Regeneration. Those personas just to say that? What's the show about? Washed up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. Priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? Why don't you just appear on that show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity. What, Ratings Roger produced my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. You have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be your true calling. Yeah, Apollo, you get picked on less if you didn't react so strongly, we'll say. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production this program during the Penrose performance. You ask my staff if you doubt my claim. Thanks. Good luck. How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? Question? I'm making my business perform solo. My magic has neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? He doesn't trust anybody, huh? Complete opposite of Trucy. There are many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Okay. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, and not have convinced so many people, complete strangers, to do the same. He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself. It's almost too good, you know? Hear how perfect it is. Sullivan revealed to you his court record. The autopsy again. 1:30 a.m. He had to die there. A mystery. Put the back to the sharp blade. It's all been revealed to you now. I've been engineered in a way for him. Like, you didn't need to be there, but if he set up the stage, I don't know. There it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth.
Hold it!
I've got it. Do you have a brother? We're not doing the twins thing again. A brother that looks exactly. I mean, he's actually. He did pull up a random person, so it's possible. A brother looks exactly like you, maybe. Again with the twins business. You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? I don't know, game. You do believe him, Defense. Why not investigate for yourself? I'm sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched. Arg, his alibi really is airtight. I believe we heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. Nyah. His last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of your honor's head. This? Time has come. Punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the twilight realm. But this guy's not. What's the case of like the witnesses do more, do more to protect themselves in courts than the prosecutor does. This guy's like, nah, I did it. Let's move on with the case. No, she did it. Just move on with the case. It's just that over and over and over again. The prosecutors don't seem to do anything else besides that. Presumably thrown in prison and we'll be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishies, sell me some at a good price. I told you, I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. When did the tuna boat come up before? I think just you have to figure this out. Did they present it earlier? No use. No use! I can't find a single flaw, so what now? Oh, behold, my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Reyes. Save for my grand illusion until the end of time. Ha ha ha! Just need to get him to testify or do something. Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped in some sort of illusion of his? God. Oh. That's what professional magicians do. Make their audiences see something that isn't really there. In other words, you make us see illusions, right? Call it misdirection. But keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is. So he was at that theater. Just how do we prove it, though? Could it be? You know what, Mr. Retinas? Because we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you prepared for us. Illusion that has subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad? You got something, Apollo? No, I'll hold off on it. I think, like, we have to discover what that other shadow is. It's possible that so that other shadow I want to see that again. Wish I could fast forward to this. So we've been seeing the second shadow, and they brought it up, but they never pointed out what it was. I don't think they've ever discussed what if the sword the dummy has is real or not. I would hope it's fake because the dummy doesn't need a real sword. But that goes up. Does it come back down or does it go back up? The second shadow, I forget. Back down, it might be something. But yeah, is it possible the sword the dummy used, that like the killer in this case? Because it's not here. The fact that it was stabbed in the back does point to something coming down onto him when he falls out of the case. But I think the blood was already there, wasn't it? I don't remember. I think if I played this more all together in one day, I probably would have remembered. No, it goes back up. It doesn't come down. Whatever, let's just roll with this. I remember something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. We've all been taken for a ride by Mr. Retina's magic, and maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. Time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? I'm taken to be the absolute facts of this case. The body wasn't there until later? If I reevaluate the validity of all these things, and just maybe... Athena. Something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Brenda's alibi, it's too perfect. Sure, it's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try. Maybe that's the trick. Like, maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. But the murder actually took place at the studio. And that he brought the body over because they didn't know, or he was alive, played dead for longer than they thought. Then the rest showed up later, then stabbed him. Depends on when the police arrived. Like, you think the body would be crowded not too long after. It depends on how long they cleared out. Let's see. I'm not following. We're not making any headway because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Well, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? Then it still doesn't explain what that second shadow is. Definitely a possibility. Would the defense care to share with everyone? Yeah, if I knew the exact timeline, it'd be easier to know. There's so many vague elements to this: when he was murdered, how long the studio was cleared out, and stuff like that. Would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there? Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. Of these, this is the most logical one. This is what we're trying to prove. Hey, this is weird because he's not technically Roger. Well, maybe it is. Maybe Roger Redden is his Mr. Ray's real name. So I guess that makes sense. Crime seems super vague. But this, since we're trying to prove he was at the scene, let's just say he wasn't. But he didn't need to be. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Redden's perfect ally would become irrelevant.
Objection.
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we also... okay, yeah, they're pointing to it. We also what happened to be, or what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection.
Couldn't we just easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit? Well, if it's not the culprit's, then whose is it? I'm not 100% sure yet. I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. I've also seen something that looks like the shadowy shape before, Your Honor. During the magic show itself. Yeah, they're doing that. We have to know it's controlled remotely, though. Which I guess it is. They kind of... I believe they mentioned a remote earlier on. In that case, please point out in the show footage for it. Or point out for the show... Oh my god. This thing looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Do you need to click on him, or is it... Does these ones get pulled up? Do I click on the shadow or this dummy? But I'm pretty sure it's the dummy. I think it's... No, the dummy's always there. It's so easy to point out. We need to prevent that. No, but go back. Let's point at the dummy. Oh, stop. Oh, wait, go back. Go back. Get this to a decent point. Point out at him. Because we know the shadow is the dummy. So instead of pointing the shadow that is of the dummy, we've pointed the dummy.
Take that.
Oops, nope. How does that even remotely resemble the shadowy figure? But it looks pretty similar. No, no, no. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. I just need to point out the shadow first. Not in the slightest. Whoops. Huh? That's funny. That looked pretty shady to me. Your logic is even shadier. Ugh, maybe I should try slowing the video down. Take a better look, right? Alright, so no, we're pointing out the other shadow. Gonna be here-ish. Oop. Nope. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Right, present this.
Take that!
There we go. We do present the shadow, which is of the dummy, but doesn't the shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? And now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? That's right. Can you identify this shadow for the court? Let's see. I believe that is Mr. Hat's shadow. Yeah. Getting ahead of myself. From when he was being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire. The shadow be that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too. Oh, I guess he just came down at the same time the stage did. That's why we don't see his shadow. He's just getting pulled up afterward. I guess that explains it, yeah. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, the second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. Another figure. Oh, maybe the body was pulled up too. Mr. Retinas was pulled up. Or not Mr. Retinas. Our victim was pulled up. Huh, we'll see. Afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Judge. Some other figure. Right, we've come this far. To figure it out from the clues I have on hand. What is the second shadow shown in the footage? What? Oh no, okay, it is Mr. Reyes being pulled up. Yes. Yeah, let me save just because I'm kind of guessing. Because if I can't present Mr. Hat here. No. I think this is right though. What is the second shadow shown in the video? Like, I don't click on the video again. Like this.
Take that!
Just because we know he has to be harnessed up. It's been there the entire game, but we never pointed it out. We consider what was happening on the stage at the time. There's only one answer. Shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Reyes. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery. Victim. Let's take a look at the prank plan script. Reyes was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Retinas? Indeed, and what of it? I contend that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It's almost like lightly attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air. You're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air just as the prank script says. Exactly, we just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. That last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true piece de resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. But now, don't tell me, you've got it all figured out. Yes, I think so. We can just look beyond Mr. Retina's last bit of misdirection. We should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk just like Mr. Hat. Hit the cushion. Yeah, but then how did the sword get in there? Because it presumably is the same sword that's covered in blood for the court record. Well, we don't have it in evidence though. Annoying. But how did it get positioned there if it was? Or just positioned a random sword up there like beforehand. Then like no one would notice a sword sticking out of the thing. Cushioning up there with considerable force. Just to figure out what else happened up there at the time. Yeah, really. You ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? To murder him. Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? How did the victim actually die when he was the only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If you can figure out how these two questions relate, the answers should become clear. Could it be? Here's this, doesn't have the stab wound. Well, maybe it's like folded so you can't see it. Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of the prank when he appeared on stage. Probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air. And Mr. Wright was called backstage, and just as the set pieces fell. But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion and the catwalk. It's probably a knife or a blade of some sort. Okay. No evidence of that, though. What? You mean... Yes, it was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mystery was whisked up into the air. It was a sword. And straight to blade there in the catwalk. No one notices this? Like, this is what throws it off for me. It's like, man, people would be able to spot that. And they had to be positioned before the show. Well before the show, really, depending on when Mr. Retina's was. Or when's the last time he came to the theater? We just saw no evidence of that being there. This murder weapon was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. Like, if we saw something like mysterious bits of rope up top, then I would have been suspecting that earlier, but there's just nothing leading to that. Other than, hey, he had the harness on and we knew it was going to come in some way. What? Remotely? Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Retina's was at the time of death. Ugh. Ugh. You enjoying the ride, Mr. Prosecutor? Samadi? Not doing a whole lot anymore. How exactly does it work, Mr. Justice? Yeah, we don't know exactly how the system works. Oh my god. Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. It and Mr. Man of Mystery connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up into the blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Yeah, you see it backstage though, right? Ugh. Oh, then that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape. The blade must have been set up to overhead sometime before the magic show. That must have been slashed by 2 when he was pulled up the cushion. Oh, is that how we're explaining? I mean, it really looks like this hook did that. It's positioned perfectly to do that. We didn't see that, but it's odd this was never in evidence either. Can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Betty. Roger Retina's used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Retina's arrived at the theater. Get the murder weapon and swap the rubber sword with the bloody steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. How did he have time to do all that? Yeah, really. There'd be blood below him. Well, yeah, probably, right? Because it would drip off. I guess he could still technically be there if he was lying on the ground stabbed. How do you have time to do all that? The set piece fell. We've also never commented on the position of the guy in the box. When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all these things after the fact because there was no one else around to see. How is all this connected though? Is it like on like all the wires and stuff on a timer? No, it has to be remote controlled, and I would think it would be remote controlled from the theater. This is they're going to establish that hey, you can do it from the TV station too. Horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show. That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician can pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Redness, who killed the victim all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Gamari! You're gonna do something finally. And signs. Enough. Dim-witted, ignorant, inbuilt, like putrid red pepper. Oh, we're back down to a pepper. Can't possibly have counter argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Satomati? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. We have the bloody blade next to him, but Mr. Retina's retrieved it after the fact. Like, even if it's fake, which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But that proof does not make more sense to believe. The murder was committed there on stage. It does not make more sense to believe that when there's so much other weird stuff going on with the case. That's where the bloodstained sword was found, after all. Like, why can't that be the murder weapon? Hey, dude, that's a very good point. The only person who could have committed the crime was there on stage. Like, presumably, yes. Trucy had to swap swords, but who says there can't be an extra sword? Oh wait, didn't they? No, I'm confusing with something else, I think. I thought that maybe even established this. Oh, we have extras of everything here. I don't think that's the case. The only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage. Trucy Wright remains as prime suspect. But it appears that what you call truth is a little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. Is that time last to let it go and move on, dude? Oh, are you seeing this, Magnific Gramari? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. Gramari name is done for. Paulo, we need to hit them with the decisive piece of evidence here. I know, that's just what I was thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or do you not have anything? Prove that the witness committed this remote murder you propose. Of course I do, Your Honor. The entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right, so theoretically, there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. Maybe something Retinas couldn't have foreseen. If I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Ready, Mr. Retinas, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. Oh yeah, we're doing the deep dive here. As long as the magic show wasn't scripted, the murder would happen without fail. Everything in this case carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. One thing that happened definitely wasn't in the plan. It was Trucy's, or the Bonnie's mistake. Bonnie's mistake. Bonnie made a mistake. What mistake during Trucy's escape trick? Mistake with Bonnie making during magic trick. That's positioning. Wrong spot. This Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of the left. It'll reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show's script. Copa didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater. He was bound to make a slip up when he tampered with the crime scene. The culprit's cover was affected by choosing his new position. Hmm. Hmm. Coffin hole. This is the weird thing we haven't gotten to. Because they're reversed and we don't know why. But yeah, oh, because he had this. No, it's not right. Changed. Oh. Well, no, it's the blood in the hole. He had well, it's technically both. Well, okay, no, it's the blood in the coffin hole. He had to turn the entire coffin around. We didn't know why the fingerprints were facing the right way, but no, it's the blood in the coffin hole. What was on the I was on the wrong side of the coffin too. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put the blood on the left hole. The blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. The killer had originally put the blood on the left side. That means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene more consistent with the facts, the culprit must have swapped the coffin sides. Culprit swapped the coffin sides. That's right, left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. Culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstain fit the facts. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, it's just the evidence I need. Sorry, Mr. Redness, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. The bluff is it. There's no way you have anything of the kind. The magic is real. No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left to right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. It's weird that Roger Redness tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. Boop.
Take that!
Fingerprinting results. What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the fingerprints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? The victim was facing toward the forward in the coffin. His prints should have looked like this. However, what we found was facing the opposite direction. Quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way. Wouldn't you agree? Ah! It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get in this way? They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Mrs. Wright would also pop up on the left side of the left of the coffin as per the show's script. He then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. Sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. Found out that due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that despite the script, Mrs. Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. Sorry, the hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite the one that Trucy said or used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. He tried to cover his track by switching the coffin's left and right panels. Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two side panels around, the prints ended up facing the opposite direction. Instead of going through all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? Afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor. There's a little something called luminol testing. Yeah, there you go. All right, luminol. Almost forgot. Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood, even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Redness? I did a pretty good job at figuring out your trick, didn't I? Ugh.
Objection.
He suggests, oh, he was just standing weird, nothing else to it. Mr. Red could have done the same just as easily. No proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence.
Objection.
Why? Why would you do it? Ah, but I do have proof. What? The person who was in the magic show would have never made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all, Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. No, why, you impudent? I'm sure you realize by now, Prosecutor Satomati, that your claim Mrs. Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. Bet you and the accused are most certainly bound for hell. Really, Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with the ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Yeah, really. They say that in Huta. Ah, oh, got a killing blow. Oh my god. Prosecutor Satomati, are you alright? I think the true culprit is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go, but didn't actually see it. And someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Martinez, or Roger Retinas. I want to say Martinez or Ramirez or something along those lines, but no. Marty, all the secrets to your trick have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been canceled. Permanently. There you go, Apollo. Alright, let's see this. What do we got? All of my secrets have been revealed. Say. I don't have to collect anymore. Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is a true, real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Reyes, or Mr. Reyes. Witness the magic far greater than true Grimari's. Burn. Crumble. You burned it. You messed up. Bolt of my furious flames. The great Mr. Reyes. Bring an end to you all. Now for the final heir to the Grimari name, right here, right now, you two. Oh my god. How can I make a mistake? No, this isn't right. Oh my god. No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What? Ah, stop, no! No! Ah, curse you, Grimari! That was kind of eh. Of course, those Grimari's. It's all because of them. Even now, they wound me up, or wound me. Curse them to the abyss. Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right, you have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Grandfather Magnifique Grimari kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. Said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. Threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. That Magnifique took it all from me. But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder. What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all. I get it now. That attitude towards magic. Why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? Not that lawyer over there, you would be, if not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. Right, I didn't see through your tricks. See, so in the end, True Gamari was defeated by the great Mr. Reyes. Barely a Gamari. Oh, you're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Wahaha! Take that, Gamari, you lose. I mean, you have 30 years on her. Something along those lines. Anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on. It's this guy. This core of my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation. Bailiff, take Mr. Retina's away. Bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. There you go. Now, looks like we've reached the end. Feels as though I've been watching a grand magic show. There's been a fair amount of magic tricks in the show. Or in this in the courtroom, actually. It was close, but we just barely made it through somehow. She's not happy about it. Huh? Why does Trucy look so down? That's right. Yes, Your Honor. About to announce my verdict. I see that wonderful smile of yours, that smile of a true entertainer as I do. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Trucy Wright, not guilty. There's our confetti. Something way up in the ceiling. Court is adjourned. April 28th. District Courts. Defendant Lobby. Number 3. Thank you for everything, Paulie. Trucy, grazie a Dio. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you. I mean, yeah, I guess. I can have TV coverage anymore, I guess. No, Bonnie and Betty are in the clear. Thanks to you too. Oh, but now that Mr. Reyes is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him. Oh, right, him too, yeah. Whoop. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Trucy, I'm sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Retina's used us. We're victims too. Even made me an accomplice to murder. But Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither one of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Retina's. I think I'm changing his pronunciation, but whatever. I can hear it much longer. Don't you think I know that? Hey, what you want, but don't think of for a second that I still don't hate you. I guess she really does hate me. Also, your one magic trick is kind of blown. You had a teleportation trick, and it's twins, so you're kind of screwed now. Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up! Always hated her. Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself. But Betty, you still have her autograph from that day. Shut up! She acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Great tsundere. Oh, Trucy, I never knew that being the best could be so tough. Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? Yeah, you actually do need that main person. That's not true, so zip it, dummy. can you find that turns into a dragon? Ollie, do you think I really am? What? You're not a greenhorn, definitely. Not. Huh? No way, she's not. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? Not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. Right, I didn't see through your tricks. You see? So in True Gamari was defeated by the great Mr. Reyes. Ho ho ho. Not fit to lecturing me from high, Trucy, right? You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Seriously, don't tell me you're taking what Mr. Retina said to heart. Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Huh? You're a wonderful Gamari magician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo. What makes you say that? I know you're a wonderful Gamari magician because of this. Boom. It's pretty obvious. Your grandfather's notebook. Gamari Creed. True entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. You performed your magic trick in court today. You showed the world your dedication to your troop's creed. Even though all cheering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. For everything magnificent you could hope for in an heir, you're a great magician, Trucy. Great magician. Me? You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Retina's said. Oh, Polly, thank you. Still, couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been alone up there. I was able to keep on smiling because of you. Me? Remember what you said to me in the detention center? After all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right? Yes, I remember doing it. And I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy. But how can you say that? We don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but also you'd be able to tell if you stabbed a person. It'd be pretty obvious. I believe in you, Trucy, and I believe in your skill as a professional magician. I'm gonna prove your innocence. Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Your words what kept me going. Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can be everything I was meant to be. Usually, real smile is the best. So glad I could help make that happen. Oh hey, what's up, Emma? It's been a bit. Emma, I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sadamati what a good person you are. I had to testify against you too. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Well, I don't know about, huh? Something wrong, Emma? Oh. Hello. Prosecutor Sadamati. Oh, he's got this. How's your thing doing that? Is it endless? Because it's moving. This is going through. It's like maybe it wraps around. I've seen this thing. What was that anime called? I mean, I've seen it in lots of places, but I specifically remember from like World God Only Knows. It's kind of like this, but you know, it gets constant. You see it on like godly figures in Japanese culture. State of Sky. I think that guy in One Piece actually had one too. Yes. I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Let us go. Wait, Prosecutor Sadamati. Trial's over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What? Really changed, Nahyuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff. What happened to you? Lawyer from pure soul. Nothing to say to the likes of you. Huh. You serious, Nahyuta? If you excuse me. You don't have to elaborate on that later. There he goes. What's that all about, Paulo? How do you know Prosecutor Sanamari? Yeah, really. Let's just say we're old acquaintances. Acquaintances? It seems like something more than that. Yeah, well, you don't like to talk about your past, do you? You always change the subject. Guess I'll have to talk about it someday, but for now, come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Tracy's future. Sure, if you say so. Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on speakerphone, Apollo. What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Tracy? What happened at the trial? Did you get the not guilty verdicts? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. Just found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. Another day. The Right Everything Goes office, or what was it called? Right Anything Agency. That's how it is. Phew, that's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort anytime. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real, full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. A full-fledged lawyer? Still can't wrap my mind around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything, and thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss, especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Full-fledged. Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? He's my assistant, right? No, he just asked me to go cheer you on. Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Paulie. Best seat in the house? I really appreciate the thought, but... Good, then it's settled. Not to do some serious improvising here with that guy gone. Mr. Mysterious. Penrose Theater. Stage.
Objection!
Should have known. But this is what she meant. Magical little Tracy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? This is a trick or gimmick. I'm too young to die. Now that Mr. Hatton, you know what to do with that sword. No, wait, stop. No! Alright. And that is how Tracy and Grammarlyland ended on an arousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams. What kind of an ending is that? Alright, I think that's another case down. Oh, it's fun. You know what I'm noticing? There's not a lot of fat in these cases. Something kind of unfortunate about a lot of the Ace Attorney games is there's lots of lines of questioning that feel really needless or minor, or where like what typically happens is a witness will come up. It's like, oh, such and such happened, and like you point out a lie, but how could such happen? So when you did this, I have evidence of this. Like, oh no! And then the judge is like, what's wrong with you, witness? You need to tell the truth now. And he goes like, okay, let me revise my testimony. You do another testimony. He's like, oh, like yes, and this and this. And then it's like, oh, you point out another small lie. It's like, oh no, another small lie. Are you really blah 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 blah? And the judge is like, oh yes, do another testimony. No lying this time. And it's like just repeats over and over. And it's like, hey, this witness is, you know, unreliable, and this is why. Here's the actual evidence that matters and actually progresses everything. But not a lot of that. Like every question actually matters and kind of proceeds. There's not a lot of fat, like I said before. But yeah, I think that's gonna do it for today. So it's been good so far. Let us, like last time we came to this point, let's take a little sneak peek at what we're gonna be doing next time. We don't have to wait a whole weekend to get to it too. Or yeah, well, yeah. Gonna pick it up tomorrow. Right? Of Turnabout.
Wakey wakey 201. Got some more questions.
Whoop.
Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201's escaped!
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You Want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on. We're small fries compared to... Huh?
Huh. Interesting. Fortunately, that's gonna be next time. Thank you all for joining me for this. This has been fun. Like typically these games have 4 cases, although some of them have 3. Actually, or 5. I mean, actually, then I think about it. Okay, well, the first Ace Attorney game had 5 cases, but that's just because of the extended content. The third game in the Ace Attorney trilogy had 5 cases actually. And this is the second trilogy, the third game in the second trilogy, so maybe it has 5 cases too. We'll have to find out. Yeah, I'll pick this up tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific time. If you want to watch live, come by then. But otherwise, thank you all for joining me, and I'll see you later.